Hi friends, welcome back to my channel. This is Aso Tarot, and in today's pick a necklace reading, we are going to be looking at the year 2022 and getting predictions and advice for you. So I cannot even believe that it's already about to be 2022. Time flies so quickly, but I do just want to say thank you so much to everybody who has supported me this year, sent me love, tipped me, or purchased an extended, or just supported me in any way, or sent me love in any way, watch my ads. Thank you so much. I am so grateful to be able to read for all of you, and I just love being able to connect with you guys and connect with your energy and be able to be a part of your lives. And I just want to say thank you so much for letting me be a part of your life, and for your kindness and for your support. I'm just so grateful to have all of you here, and I'm so excited to continue reading and making things for you guys in 2022, and I'm just so excited to see where we go together. So we have 4 beautiful necklaces to choose from today, as well as the oracles that I will be using in each reading. So if you're having trouble picking based upon the necklace, then I would pick based upon the energy of the cards. But these necklaces were actually provided to me by the amazingly talented Krista from KristasJewelry. That is her Instagram handle, KristasJewelry. And her Etsy shop is called FavoriteSoFar. I will have all of her information linked down below, but Krista was kind enough to send us these necklaces to use as pile pickers today, and as you can tell, they are absolutely beautiful, and she spent a lot of time and energy on them. So thank you so much, Krista, for going out of your way like this, and for providing us with these beautiful necklaces to pick from. I hope y'all can tell. You'll see up close in a second when I go through the piles, but I hope y'all can tell, just how much time and energy goes into these. It's very obvious. She puts a lot of love into everything she creates, and if you are interested in getting one of these beautiful necklaces, she just restocked her store, which will be linked down below. Once again, it's FavoriteSoFar, and on her Instagram, KristasJewelry, she shows off all the beautiful creations that she makes. So if you check out her store and find that maybe she doesn't have what you want quite yet, I would, follow her Instagram, check her out, because I'm sure in the future she'll restock something that is beautiful that you might be interested in. But at the very least, you can send her some love. Thank you so much, Krista, again, for these beautiful necklaces. I'm so excited to be using them in this video. So let's go ahead and talk about the piles. So starting with pile 1, we have this beautiful amethyst pendant. And then for pile 2, we have this smoky quartz pendant. And then for pile 3, we have this Bumblebee Jasper pendant. I'm actually so excited about this one because I did not have any Bumblebee Jasper before this. And finally, for pile 4, we have this beautiful, super shiny piece of Mica Lepidolite. And I love the little swirlies on top of this one. Yeah, okay. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It's absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one. It actually might be kind of confusing in this one if you pick more than one, but I mean, if you feel, you might find that there's accuracies in both and stuff that doesn't resonate in more than one, and so you might have to make your own reading if that's the case. But hopefully you'll feel drawn to one pile, and that will make life easier. But once you have picked your pile or piles, you can go ahead and scroll down to the description box or the comment section, where I will have all the timestamps listed below, as well as links to Krista's social media and her Etsy shop. And then once you have picked your pile, you can do that. Wow, okay. I'm struggling to do an intro today. Hopefully this is not indicative of how 2022 is gonna go. But yeah, okay. So I'm gonna see you in your reading. I'm gonna stop blabbering. Thank you so much again, Krista. These are so beautiful, and I'm so excited to see what y'all are drawn to. Okay, I'm done talking. See you in your reading. Let's see what's going on for 2022. Hi there, pile one. If you guys chose this amethyst necklace, this is going to be your reading on your 2022 predictions. I think this one might be my favorite pendant. It literally looks like something you would buy in like Rivendell. Like, this looks like an elf made it. It's just so beautiful. Okay, so what we are going to start with today is by looking at your, that wasn't grammatically correct. We're going to start by looking at your year overall, what energies you're going to be experiencing, and just from what we can see now, what it has in store. So to start, we have Soul Tree, we have Part of Fortune, Increase. We have Delight. The frequency of delight supports our capacity to create and experience feelings of intense joy and happiness. The more delight we feel, the more delight we evoke in others. We have Angels and Masters. This is the Mega Star Chakra. So it's like one above this crown, one above the crown chakra. And then we have Walk Your Truth. I think I'm gonna put this guy up here just so that it's all in the frame. So then we also have Transition with, there's a crystal on here, calcite. Trust. The Swan with Beauty. We have the last chapter, Write Your Own Story, Closer. Sounds like Hosier. Move my baby. Okay, the last chapter, Write Your Own Story, Resolution, Forgiveness. And we have Grief. I understand that losing something is an opportunity to appreciate it. So, wow, okay. Actually, I want to move you here. Okay, I like this. Okay, pile one. This year looks very favorable for you. I'm gonna be honest. There are gonna be some, how do I want to say this? It's like this tiny corner is like the thorn to about 1 million roses that are going to be blooming within this upcoming year. You really are growing into the person that you are meant to be, and the year 2022 I think is a lot about making up lost time. And I think that time was lost in ways that you couldn't control. Either like you were under the control of people who didn't have your best interests at heart, or you have been or were struggling like with your mental health or something like that. Or, you know, well, I just heard in my head things are going to be coming up Millhouse. And so obviously I don't think you're Millhouse, but I do think that things are going to be coming up pile one in this upcoming year. Let's go ahead and start with this Soul Tree card. I think one thing, if you've been trying to integrate more like nature into your everyday routine, or you've been trying to connect to nature more, I'm seeing this as a sign that if you haven't been, you're really being encouraged to connect with nature more in 2022. And if you already are, Spirit is saying that this is going to greatly benefit not only just your mental and emotional health, your mindset, but also I think you're going to be getting a lot of signs, and you're going to also be getting a lot of angelic and divine guidance in the year 2022. So I think that nature is going to be one of the primary ways that your guides and angels speak to you. So one thing to be aware of is you are definitely like if you ever feel disconnected from spirit, I think that spirit wants you to work on allowing spirit to come to you in like nature settings and spending more time in nature. I think that's something that is being highlighted here. And if you're already doing that, I think spirit is commending you on that. But I also think that this extends to soul family members. So you could have met soul family members this year. You may be spending more time with them this year, or your network of known soul family members could be growing in this upcoming year. So you could be meeting people. I want to say reuniting with them, but like in your mind, you're going to be meeting them for the first time. But this isn't just like one specific person. I see the universe bringing lots of new people into your life. And I think this has a lot to do with the fact that you have been closing a lot of doors. You've been, I don't want to say losing things, but I feel like a lot of things in your life that aren't meant to be there are falling away. And I think that this upcoming year for you is going to be a lot about living for you and living in ways that literally spark joy. Like you're gonna be, KonMariing the shit out of life. And what I love here with this part of fortune increase is that, one, this is confirmation that you're already on your like divine path. You're exactly where you need to be. And this part of fortune increase is a sign that things are going to be flowing easier to you in the year 2022. So blockages are going to be less intense. Things will just flow easier, I guess is the best way I can describe it. But I also think that this is going to be a period of recognition and great achievement for you. I don't know how aware of it you're going to be, though. Like, I mean, with recognition, you're definitely going to be aware of that. But I think that you're not going to be aware of how proud some people are going to be of you, or just how inspired or in awe of you people are going to be. But I think that you are going to be improving, especially in either like your career or your study, or like any creative endeavors that you have, whatever feels like a part of your purpose. I think that is where life is going to be getting easier. I also think that this year is going to, you're either going to be making time or creating opportunities for yourself to just enjoy life more. And I think one beautiful thing is that in this upcoming year, you're going to be a lot more comfortable being yourself and walking your truth. With this Walk Your Truth card here, this talks all about the fact that when we are walking our truth, we can often be ridiculed or judged or shamed for that. And I think that in this year, you may lose people if you haven't already. Because for some of you, I think you've already been experiencing this energy where like things that aren't aligning with you are falling away. But that could continue to be a thing moving into this year. And speaking of moving could also be a part of this year. So if you were thinking about moving this year, or you're planning on moving this year, I think Spirit is saying that you're on the right path there, because we do have the last chapter and grief. So it might be hard to leave the place that you're moving from, or it might be sad to be starting fresh and starting new. But I think Spirit is saying you're absolutely on the right path. And I think you're going to know that, because with this trust card here, I feel like you and Spirit are really just going to be on the same wavelength. Calcite could be a crystal that you want to look into getting if you don't have it. It's a pretty common crystal, if I'm going to be honest, so it's pretty easy to come around. But I think that you're going to be trusting your inner light, and I think that you know how. And when you I'm having trouble like talking today, so sorry, but I think that you're going to be learning to trust your inner light, and trusting that this inner light that guides you is being supported from by and from spirit, and I think that you will have easy access to spirit in the upcoming year, whether that's through readings like this, through reading for yourself, through communicating with spirit, through signs. I just feel like you are going to trust the universe a lot more. If you've done like risky things already in your past or your present, to kind of align with your path, I think that you're going to be seeing you're finally going to be seeing the fruits of your labor. Like, things are going to be paying off for you, and you're going to be like, okay, yeah, wow, okay, I see why spirit wanted me to follow this path. And another thing with this swan card here is I think you really are blossoming into this version of yourself that's more sure, that's more aligned with your soul. And I think that you're going to be understanding real and true beauty, not ego's idea of beauty. So with beauty itself, I mean, you could be putting more time and energy into your physical appearance and self-care and things like that. But if you notice here, like, this figure has a blindfold on her. And I think that you're going to be learning this year that the most beautiful things in life are not things we can see with our physical eyes. I think that you're going to recognize that there's beauty in a lot of experiences. There's beauty in pain and joy and all of these different experiences of life. I think that the way you see life is just going to be different. And I think it's going to be a lot easier for you to find beauty in places where you never saw it before. And I think this honestly has to do with how you've been transitioning out of a very negative mindset. I think you've been working really hard to change how you communicate, not only with yourself, but with others. And I think as a result, it's changing your entire perspective, and it's creating space for you to look at the world with a fresh set of eyes and an open heart. I think that it's really beautiful. And I think what's so cool is that you will have a lot of angelic and divine guidance as you follow your path. These two cards, the grief and last chapter, there's definitely things that you're saying goodbye to in 2022, whether this be like your home, whether you're moving or maybe starting a new job. You could be transitioning, like for some of you, literally. I feel like for some, I feel like this transition is going to be a lot from like young adulthood to adulthood, or teenagerhood to young adulthood. It's almost like you're leveling. This is a year of leveling up for you. And I think that you are just blossoming, like, especially with this butterfly being here. It's like you're becoming who you're meant to be. I'm not noticing very many like synchronicities in terms of numbers, but I did just want to mention them. We have 33, 35, 19, 45, 21, and 13 and 20. So if any of those numbers are significant, do be aware of that. I mean, I also sometimes I like to look at them. 20 wouldn't work for this, but like January 9th, April 5th, February 1st, January 3rd, March 5th or March 3rd could be significant, or February could be a really significant month. But I think overall, life itself may not be too different, but you are changing, and that's what's creating this insane amount of change that's coming your way. And I almost want to stress, like, for some of you, maybe nothing crazy is happening this year. Maybe it's the same old, but you see the same old in a brand new way because your inner world, your mentality is so much different. And but for others, I do think that you are finding a world that allows you to walk your truth in a much more peaceful way, in a way that's more in alignment with what feels true to you. You could be moving somewhere where like the climate or the culture aligns more with who you are. And one thing that I see here is that you've just got so much divine abundance and support when it comes to following and pursuing your goals. Spirit's literally saying, like, it's going to get better this year. And now, as I say that, one thing that I can predict, not because I have psychic abilities, but because just humans are predictable as fuck, is people are going to be tweeting and posting, well, it's 2022. Looks like it's no different than 2021. It's like, yeah, no shit. Like, the only thing changing is the number on the calendar. Like, if you want to see change, you gotta change yourself. You know what I mean? And I think that you are recognizing this change. You recognize that there's a difference between just knowing versus being. So, like, you can know what the right thing to do is. You can know what's best for you, but you're learning how to be what is right for you, to be what is best for you, and to be in alignment with what is going to fulfill you the most. And I think as a result, you're going to be seeing rewards financially, you're going to be seeing rewards energetically, like things are just going to be easier for you. That doesn't mean that you may not experience difficulties with people not understanding you, but I think you're going to, as you let go of those types of people or those types of places or situations that really bring you down and don't align with you, I think you're going to be seeing the beauty of choosing yourself. And you're gonna, I think once you're able to see how much happier you are walking your truth than you were pretending to be someone you're not, living a life that wasn't really you, you're gonna realize, like, why all this tough, intense work was truly worth it. So I think, like, white wings in general, like angel wings, swan wings, we have a lot of just wings imagery. It's like you're really taking flight. Like, you are ready for whatever your mission, for whatever your purpose is. And 2022 is going to be all about going for it, doing the damn thing. And also, you know, taking time to heal and allow yourself to hold space and grieve for the things that are falling away. You know, we can't always have our cake and eat it too, which that phrase doesn't always make sense, but that's what was flowing through me. But what I think is really beautiful is that this upcoming year is an opportunity for you to write the story, to not have external factors writing the story for you. So this is awesome. Let's go ahead now and switch gears and look at 4 specific areas of your life. I'm actually gonna stop this and set this up because it'll just be quicker. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, so what we're going to do now is look at 4 different areas of your life. The first one is going to be relations with others. I'm going to do a specific love reading for 2022. So this is just relations in general. This can be anyone. And then this pile is going to represent work or career, school, whatever. This pile will represent your external environment, and this pile will represent your internal environment. So these are going to be the overall energies, and then I figured I should at least shuffle something on camera. So we're going to be shuffling 1 blessing and 1 challenge for each of these areas. So what is 1 blessing in pile 1's relationships? How about their career? Okay, it's 1 blessing in their external world and 1 blessing in their inner world. Okay, I shuffled these off camera, by the way. That was also partially why I was like taking a second, but I want to shuffle this one more just because it feels right. So okay, how about 1 challenge in pile 1's relation? About 1 challenge. Okay. 1 challenge. 1 challenge in their internal world. Okay, so now let's go ahead and start by looking at your relationships in general in 2022. So to start, we have sensitivity. This is actually the sacral chakra in this deck. The colors are different, so if you get confused, just know this is the sacral chakra. So one thing that I can see right away when it comes to your relationships is you are going to be experiencing a wide array of energy and emotions, both good and bad. What you're going to be experiencing is just a heightened sensitivity to all stimuli, but I think the stimuli that you're going to have the most increased sensitivity to is going to be your emotional body and your emotions. So let's go ahead and look at the blessing in your relationships. Okay, so we have the 2 of Wands, and the challenge is going to be the Wheel of Fortune. So from what I can see here, the blessing to come from this year is you're going to be exploring your options a lot. Now, that doesn't mean that has to be in a romantic way, but I do think for a lot of you it is in a romantic way. If you're not currently in a relationship with someone, I do think that you are going to be spending 2022 kind of exploring things. Actually, you know what? This could be if you are with someone too. I feel like one challenge is going to be that you're going to want to create something this year and have a really deep desire for it. Whether it's doing something in your relationships with someone or reaching a certain point in your connections with people. And I feel like what is helping you is your ability to take action towards things. I feel like you're going to be open to new perspectives. You're going to definitely be meeting new people. I think that's a big thing that I'm seeing here. One blessing when it comes to your relationships is I think you're going to be meeting new people. I think you're going to be traveling to see people in different places. I also think that you are going to be learning a lot when it comes to how you can be a better friend, how you can be a better family member, how you can be a better romantic partner, lover, this year. And I think that is going to come with intense emotions. So I think that you're just going to be seeing things with a more, just from a more mature lens. I feel like I'm not describing this the way that I wanted to, it's not flowing through me the way that I want it. Oh, okay. So one big challenge that you're going to have is how you express yourself to others, especially because when you're experiencing this heightened sensitivity, it's going to be harder for you to speak and take action in a very grounded place. You might get carried away by your emotions at times. And I think one beautiful thing about this time is that Spirit this year is going to be giving you the freedom to explore things. So if you're with somebody or you have friends in different countries, I think that you're going to be, or family in a different country, I think you're going to be seeing them. You could be if you're living far away or moving from your hometown or a place where you've lived a lot of your life, you might find that you're extra homesick, or certain scents or foods could take you back to your hometown and make you just sad and wish that there was more of just make you wish that you could go home or things like that. But I think the biggest thing here is I feel like you're going to be craving or desiring something serious. And I think your biggest challenge is just being patient enough to allow it to happen. Because with the Wheel of Fortune here, it does seem like because you are being so divinely guided, how do I explain this? You're gonna be kind of in the dark about certain relationships in your life, but that is going to give you the opportunity to explore or discover new ways of relating, new ways of emoting, new ways of being, and just broadening your horizons in general. I feel like you're going to be a lot more open-minded, and that's going to be something that really helps you and will help you bring the right people into your life. But I also think as well, if you're not careful with regulating your emotions and taking care of yourself, you could accidentally lash out at people or say things you don't mean. So I think that you will be aspects of how you relate to others will be coming forward this year, either to show you where your communication is ineffective or to show you where your communication with yourself isn't effective. So it could be communication with others or yourself or both. I do think the blessing of this year, though, is that Spirit's giving you the room and the space to, like, try different things, to mess up, to make mistakes, because it seems like a lot of what's happening in your life in the upcoming year is divinely guided. And I think with this Wheel of Fortune, one of your biggest challenges is that you're going to be kind of stuck within the confines of your divine plan in certain ways, where like your guides may be kind of keeping you in the dark about certain connections or certain relationships with others, or they might make it difficult to I don't think like your guides are making it difficult. It's all in alignment. It's all for your highest good. But I think what's frustrating is that you may not be able to see the method of their madness until you get to the finish line. And with this Wheel of Fortune here, I think that just a lot of the things that are happening are in your life, which is confirmed by that part of Fortune card, is like fated or destined. And so there's going to be aspects of your connections with people that you can't control. So like, especially with like family members or friends that you really care about. Or like, for example, one thing that I'm seeing is that, you know, maybe if you're in a relationship with someone, you may really want the relationship to progress or to reach a certain level. And you might be extra sensitive about it this year. And Spirit might be saying, you know, be patient, take this time to explore, allow things to unfold. I think your biggest challenge is just going to be allowing things to unfold as they will. But your biggest blessing is that you have the tools needed to face any unknowns with your relations with confidence. And I think that will have this skill set this year to face any uncomfortable emotions, to face any uncomfortable relationships that you have, and come to a good place there, or come to a realization or reach a point of closure. Because we did see with some of your connections that you may be saying goodbye to certain people, or you may be saying see you later, or you may be, things are just shifting in ways that are outside of your control, especially when it comes to your relationships. And I think that it's going to be extra hard for you in the moment to see why these things may be beneficial and may be good for you. But the blessing is that you have a lot of room for freedom and to take action towards making yourself at least feel better. So these two cards are going to represent either what you're learning as a result of this energy, or the ideal energy Spirit wants you to be in this year when it comes to your relationships. And I actually got two for this one. So we have I Am Forgiving And we have, I reveal my truth. So I definitely think that the lessons that you are learning this upcoming year when it comes to your relationships is one, how to forgive yourself, how to forgive others. And also, I think that you are learning that it is worth it to speak up and speak your truth, even if it does hurt yourself, even if it does hurt others. I think that you're getting to the point where you're realizing like it's not worth just consistently shutting myself down or allowing people to shut me down just to keep the peace. I think you're learning that the people that are truly meant to be in your life are ones that if there are any challenges or difficulties, you can work through them. And I think that, you know, you may be extra sensitive to, like, for example, if you've lost people in this year, or you cut people out of your life in the upcoming year, I do think it's possible that you could be extra triggered if somebody comes in that shares similar traits as somebody that like left your life. You could find that new people come in with similar energies from the past to almost like test you and see, you know, if you've learned that lesson, like, oh, okay, like I know this is someone trustworthy, or okay, I know that this person is not trustworthy, like things of that nature. So I think there's definitely going to be highs and lows with your relationships this year. And I think that the beauty of it is it's going to reveal a lot of truths about yourself, about others, about how you relate. And I think that you're going to be closing a lot of, you're going to be tying up a lot of loose ends this year. And I think opening yourself up to a lot of new connections and a lot of energies that are more aligned with yours, if that makes sense. So let's go ahead and look next at your career life. So to start, we once again have the sacral chakra with explore. And I guess with career, if you don't have career, school, things of that nature. So the challenge for this year is going to be, the Two of Cups, and the blessing is going to be the 10 of Wands. Interesting. Okay, so let's just start with this. I definitely think that no matter what you are doing in terms of your career or your creative, because I think for some of you this is directly tied. Like, you could be a business owner, you could be like Krista, making beautiful ass necklaces, you know, just doing your self-made small business shit. For others, you could be in school, and this is a year of, for some, okay, so let me say first, for some I see like studying abroad, or either getting a job or being promoted to a position where you're traveling a lot more. That, or you have the opportunity because like you're doing well in your career to sorry, I just got a brain fart there. You're having the opportunities to experience new things, try different things. I think that if you are in school, if you've been thinking about changing your major, I think Spirit is confirming that that is a good idea. If you are, for example, in like high school or something like that, I think Spirit is really encouraging you to explore all of your options for after graduation, what might be best for you. When it comes to business owners, you may be like trying new things or adding to the business in certain ways, or maybe expanding. And in terms of your career, maybe you could also be exploring different options to switch or change jobs if you feel like you're not being satisfied. But one big thing that I'm seeing here that I actually think is really important to mention, starting with the blessing, actually, no, I want to start with the challenge first because it's really calling out to me. okay, so the biggest challenge that you're going to face when it comes to your work and your career is actually going to be a relationship of some kind. This is either, and this is going to be one of two things. This is either a romantic relationship with somebody that you will be in or that you are already in, or this is a very close friendship with someone. A friendship that is literally like you're intertwined with them. Like it's almost like maybe y'all are too close, but I'm not gonna make that judgment here. But essentially what I'm seeing here is one of the biggest challenges when it comes to your work and your career is you're either going to be influenced by this person or you are going to catch yourself making decisions around this person. And so I think one thing that Spirit is saying is, I just heard lighten your load. Or it could also be too that your sorry, my ears are ringing just so intensely that like I can't even get. Okay, so yeah, so for some of you, you may be like really busy this upcoming year with this 10 of Wands. So I would say if that this is maybe this is a relationship where you're unsure at this time, or like, you know, or if your relationship with this person reaches a point where, you know, you really just need a break, work might actually become an escape of some kind. But I think for some of you, you may just be changing your job, changing your location, because it's quite possible that the blessing, so this blessing, this 10 of Wands is actually like, it's like a blessing that doesn't seem like a blessing, but it actually is. And I think for some of you, it's related to your workload at your current job. So maybe like you're just being worked to the bone, and it's making you realize that like you deserve more than this. Like I need help here. I need something more. I feel like with the 10 of Wands coming through as like a blessing, I think that you could be very successful this year. Like for example, if you're a business owner, you could have a lot of clients, a lot of business. If you are a student, I think that you could have like a really intense workload at times, and it may actually be something that because like when I was hearing my ears ringing over and over and over, I was thinking like, oh, is somebody like blowing up Pile One's phone? Like, where are you? What are you doing? You might have someone that wants to be really close to you, getting in the way of your career or work endeavors or school endeavors. And I think Spirit's saying balancing that might be a challenge. And maybe also it might be a challenge because you want to just spend time with them and you've got all this shit to do. But maybe this blessing is also helping you learn discipline. I think the biggest thing though is that once again, this Explore card is connected to your sacral chakra. So I do think that you are exploring what you desire out of a career, what you desire out of a school potentially, or what you desire out of life. Like maybe for some of you, you're debating whether to go to school or like maybe enter a trade or maybe take a gap year. So for some of you, maybe you're considering taking a gap year. And I think maybe one challenge of that might be if you do have a romantic partner of some kind, you may not be on the same page with things. But with this Explore card as well, I do feel like in terms of this Two of Cups being a challenge, I think that more than anything, like, it's going to depend on how challenging it is with this person. Like for some of you, I feel like this person may be not very easy to work with, but for others, I feel like this person is really rooting for you, really wants the best for you, and it's not going to be that too challenging. But let's go ahead and see. Okay, so we have I speak highly of myself as your lesson, what you're learning. And I think that this makes a lot of sense because, first of all, if this Two of Cups person, this challenging person, is saying mean things to you, is saying things that that even if they don't mean it, but they're saying it and it's like mean or abusive, like you like that you're trash, or that you don't spend enough time with them, or like that they hate you, or things like that. I think that Spirit's going to ask you to really pay attention to how people speak to you and how you speak to yourself, because you may allow poor treatment from people because you speak to yourself that way, and so you don't see it as any different. But I do think that for a lot of you, you will have to speak highly of yourself to either get a promotion that you want, or get into a school that you want, or get into that study abroad program that you want. It's like, one of the beauties of this year is that you're going to learn how to market yourself better, and how to see your strengths and see all the good things that you have. I think that you are going to be tied into whatever it is that you're pursuing, though, and it is going to affect your relationships with others. And I think positive affirmations are going to be really crucial this year, to help remind you, that you're lovable, that you're smart, that you're worthy, that you're unique, that you're beautiful, that you're human, and that all humans have challenges, and it's okay to have challenges. So let's go ahead now and look at your external world. So this is literally just like the world around you, anything but your insides, essentially. So to start, we have perspective, and this is the solar plexus chakra in this deck, not the root chakra. And then the challenge that we have is the 9 of Cups, and the blessing we have is the 4 of Swords. So definitely, I think that in terms of your environment, I think that you're healing a lot. And physically speaking, like taking time to actually rest, taking time to kind of step back and look at things, like try to see things from a different perspective. The beautiful thing about this card, it's kind of reiterating what I was saying earlier in the reading, that things around you may not change very much physically, but they'll change a lot anyway because of just how you're seeing them. So I think one blessing is that you're going to be healing your relationship with the external world. I think you're going to feel more comfortable to take action towards things, to take risks. Oh my God, I heard George Carlin in my head yelling, "Take a fucking chance." I was watching him last night, and he was talking about, just how we can't always predict things. And I think, it's very easy to get stuck in a cycle of fear. And I think as you have more confidence in yourself, you're realizing that you deserve to create the environment that makes you happiest, or take action towards the environment that's going to make you the most fulfilled. But I also think you're just going to be seeing things in a more enlightened way than you once did. I think that you looked at life from a much more wounded perspective. And I think now, or this upcoming year at least, you're going to be looking at life from the perspective of somebody who is healing. Not somebody who is completely healed, because being completely healed is like a myth. Like, it's just, healing never ends. And I think that you're going to be recognizing that. I think the biggest challenge, though, for you is going to be treating yourself. With this 9 of Cups, I think that your biggest challenge is going to be allowing yourself to do things, to go places, to buy things, to do whatever it is that you want in the external world, solely because it would fulfill you, it would make you happy. And another thing is that if there are things that you're manifesting, one challenge that you may have is being patient with those, and like not focusing on what you don't have. I think maybe one challenge is that like you could be like especially dreamy. And so maybe one struggle that you might have is like, well, is the universe mad at me because I'm not getting this manifestation? And I think your perspective around what you're manifesting and your perspective around even just like how you word things to the universe is going to change. Like, I think your expectations are going to change as your perspective shifts. And I think that you're going to see a lot of things that you didn't see before, especially when it comes to coming from a healed place. So like, I think anybody who is coming at you from a very negative place, or you know, coming at you from a very wounded and unhealed place, I think that you're going to be able to see that from a mile away and recognize how not personal their behavior is. I also think that one thing that you may be frustrated with, like for example, if you're moving, is you may not be able to find a place like with every single thing that you wanted, or maybe you do find a place with every single thing that you wanted, but it's not in the location that you wanted, or something like that. I think the biggest thing with this challenging energy is going to be justifying self-care. Well, I don't think you need to justify self-care, but justifying like doing things solely because they would fulfill you emotionally, or kind of like, this is kind of like bucket list stuff, you know what I mean? Like you may just struggle to reward yourself, to give yourself breaks, to recognize how far you've come, to see how far you've come and how well you're doing. I think that you're going to be facing that energy where you feel like it's never enough, you know what I mean? So I think that you're going to be challenging your perspective on what truly fulfills you and what makes you happiest. And we also have I am fearless. So I definitely think that you're going to be stepping into your masculine energy. And what I love is we have another 33 here. So I think that this is a sign that your angels and your guides are going to be right behind you while you are doing all of this, while you are following your dreams and taking risks and taking chances. You're going to be taking some Aries action. And I think that you're going to be in your Mars energy. I think that the experiences that you have this year are going to make you realize that you can face anything and everything, and that with the universe on your side, with divine guidance on your side, and with a positive attitude, I think you can fucking do anything. And with this I am fearless, I just started hearing like Taylor Swift singing Fearless, so maybe that album is one you want to revisit. But let's go ahead and look at your internal world now. And I fucking love to see this. So to start, we have positive energy, which is once again your solar plexus. So the two main chakras that are being highlighted for you this year are your sacral and your solar plexus. So typically it's the orange and the yellow, but in these decks, the sacral is like a light blue and the solar plexus is red. So we have positive energy, and then one challenge is going to be the 3 of Wands, and one blessing is going to be the 8 of Wands. I love this. Okay, so this year, so this positive energy card literally represents the sun, which makes sense that you'd be coming into your more masculine energy this year. Like I was saying, everybody has feminine and masculine energy, and I think that you're just going to be taking a lot of steps to heal your masculine energy and feel more confident to take action, and to, you know, create the life that you want in the physical world. And I think with this positive energy card, one of the biggest blessings from this is going to be that you're going to see immediate, if not almost immediate, results when you stay aligned in a positive energy, when you allow yourself to be open to loving energies. I think that even if you're struggling or having a bad day or a difficult time, when you are consciously aware of the fact that maybe you're not feeling the best, or maybe you need to step back and kind of allow yourself to to realize like, oh, okay, like if you're recognizing that you're dealing with an emotion that isn't helpful, or you're holding on to something that isn't serving you, or you're allowing fear or worry to stop you from taking action or discourage you from taking action, I think that you're going to recognize that you have a lot of loving energy behind you, supporting you, and that you're powerful enough to overcome any challenges that come your way. I also think that with this positive energy, you are either manifesting other positive people into your life, or the people around you already in your life are going to feed off of that energy as well, and then it's just going to be a positivity fest. Like, I think that you are attracting people that are going to be good for you and want you to succeed, want the best for you. And I think that it's kind of like a magnet. Like, you're attracting really wonderful shit to you by focusing on being positive. And obviously we're not saying like ignore any issues, ignore anything that you're dealing with, of course not. But one thing that Spirit is saying is, you know, being mindful of when our mind is affecting our mood and our mentality and our perspective. That makes such a huge difference. And I also think because you are going to be looking at things from a positive place and will have all this positive energy, not only will taking action come to you really easy and really naturally, but you'll also find that like the rewards for taking action are even better than you could have imagined. And you're gonna be like, wow, why was I even like letting my fears or letting my brain like scare me into not like taking action towards XYZ? Because now that I have, like, I'm so much happier. I think that your biggest challenge though with this Three of Wands is going to be the fact it's kind of the same waiting energy that we saw here. Where like just at times you might be feeling like, something doesn't feel right, or like I thought this would feel different, or what if I'm messing up, or it's like you're waiting for things that are not meant to come yet. And I think your biggest challenge is going to be recognizing when you're in that lack mentality and kind of steer yourself back to like, oh, things will come when they're meant to. I'm going to take action towards what I can control and not worry about what I can't. It's like this realistic positivity where you're being your own hype man, being your own cheerleader, and trying to find the joy in the now, and not like consistently looking to the future and trying to just like escape into a future where all your problems are fixed. It's like you're actually taking action in the physical to change what internally is not allowing you to create externally, like the life that you, not allowing you to create the life that you want externally. And we have I deserve respect. So I think what you are learning as a result of all of this is that it doesn't, I think this I deserve respect kind of encompasses all of these cards, but I think that you're realizing that, you know, the universe doesn't look down on you. I think you're starting to learn that you deserve to respect yourself. And part of respecting yourself is speaking kindly to yourself, allowing yourself to be optimistic and positive towards the things that you're trying to achieve. And it also means, you know, recognizing when people aren't being respectful to you, and recognizing that that's nothing about them and everything to do with you, and that you don't deserve that. It's a lot about recognizing, just literally recognizing that you deserve better, and believing that and aligning that and affirming that. And as a result, you're going to find that the physical world aligns with your inner intentions. And I think people are going to be more respectful to you. I think people are going to be, they're going to be viewing you more as an authority, because you're allowing yourself to be more of an authority, because you're going to be telling people, you know, what you won't put up with, or at the very least, you know, just making it clear, like, this is not what I'm cool with, this isn't what I'm aligned with, XYZ. But overall, what I'm seeing here is that this year, I think that there's going to be a lot in your relationships, and it seems to be mainly divinely guided. What I notice is that this is the only major arcana that we have. So I think when it comes, I think the biggest changes are going to be in your relationships with others. And I think really when it comes to the rest of the other areas of your life, I think that you're really starting to get in the driver's seat and take action and take control over what you can, and releasing and letting go of what you can't, and trusting that whatever opportunities come your way this year, that you'll handle them, or challenges, opportunities or challenges that come your way, you'll handle them with grace, and you will be fearless in doing so, because you're learning now how to regulate yourself and how to take care of yourself. So this is really awesome. I think overall, you know, I think that there's going to be some really exciting times in 2022, but I also think there's going to be some really mundane times. But the beautiful thing is that you're going to find joy in all of those times, no matter how extreme or mundane they are, because you are working on, not only working on maintaining good energy within you, but you're learning how to communicate with yourself more. You're learning how to see things the way they see things in a new light, and not allow like what you're being told by the people around you or by social media or things like that. You're not allowing that shit to like dictate what you believe. And I also think I just heard George Carlin again going, take a fucking chance. I think you're going to be taking more chances. You're going to be more risky this year. You're going to explore life more. And I think that, you know, when you do that, it comes with highs and lows. But I think that there's going to be so much growth this year for you. And you're coming out of it as somebody who is walking and revealing their truth, who is forgiving themselves and others, who is speaking highly of themselves, who is not afraid to take chances and, you know, go after the things that you want. And I think that you're going to recognize that you are so fucking amazing and that you deserve all the respect in the world. So we're going to finish off now with some final advice from Spirit. So we're going to start with these everyday witch cards. And to start, we have affirmations for acceptance. And oh my God, we even have fate in big letters here. So yeah, Spirit's really saying like the direction you're headed in is fated. What feels right to you is where you're meant to go. Do what feels good. Affirmations for acceptance and water magic. So you may want to, this is a witch deck. So for those of you that don't practice witchcraft, I pulled 2 of these for each pile because I was hoping that if a card like this came out, there'd also be helpful advice for people who are not necessarily interested in witchcraft. But if you do witchcraft, you may want to look into water magic, or you may just, maybe you're thinking about moving to a place near water, and this could be confirmation that that is happening, or this could also be a sign that like being by water, no matter what type, could be very helpful in terms of you receiving messages. But with this affirmation for acceptance here, I think Spirit is definitely saying that the more you align and affirm with affirmations and speaking highly of yourself, the more you'll start to believe it, and the more you'll start to recognize it, and the more true it will be. Let's see what else we have. The universe powerfully responds the instant I realign with love. So that's a lot of what this powerful energy is talking about. Powerful energy, positive energy is talking about. Realigning with the loving energy of the universe, even if it's just for like 2 minutes, can remind you that you're always being supported, that your emotions are kind of like the wind, like you just experience, well, they're more like water, like you experience waves and calm, like it's all fluid, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I think you're just going to be realizing that like you're going to see quickly how when you align with loving thoughts, positive thoughts, powerful and like loving intentions, and doing things for loving reasons and for positive reasons, I think you're just going to see like, oh wow, the universe really is supporting me, and the universe really does have my back. And I think the biggest thing when you're stressed or you're struggling or you're like, what the fuck am I supposed to do here? I don't know what to do. Taking time to just slow down, Be mindful of how your thoughts are affecting you. Focus on your breathing. Focus on reconnecting to that energy of love. I'm going to link down below a grounding meditation from Charlotte, Happy Twins 1111. It says it's for twin flames, but it's really for anyone. It's literally all just meant for you to help you ground and protect your energy. And I think that if you are not in the practice of grounding and protecting your energy, I think that that is something that you should really prioritize this year, because that is something that will allow you to realign with love easier and help you make decisions and take action towards things that are in alignment with your highest good. But we also have amble with contentment. Waiting rather than acting is going to be the most advantageous now. So I definitely think Spirit is saying don't make decisions unless they're with conviction, unless you know that this is exactly the action to take. And I think that this is definitely just confirming that there's things that you're going to be waiting for. And part of the challenge of this year is learning how to be content with what is already here and being patient with what is yet to come. We also have, when I move my body, I feel empowered, cleansed, and strong. So I think one thing that Spirit is really encouraging for you this year is to focus on exercise. I think actually with this internal energy, exercise could be something that really helps you bring in more positive energy, whether it's through listening to music or just the actions that you're taking while you're exercising. I also think it could help get some anxious energy out of you, but Spirit's also saying, you know, because we had a lot about moving, maybe like literally moving somewhere could help you feel more empowered, cleansed, and strong. But we're going to finish off this reading with an affirmation, and your affirmation says, conjure in your mind's eye a secret pleasure. Give thanks for the luxury of enjoying something that is yours alone, which literally we said in your external world, your biggest challenge is going to be allowing yourself to enjoy things that is solely yours. And there's a quote up here that says, I love you as certain dark things are to be loved, in secret between the shadow and the soul. So yeah, I think that this is definitely going to be a year where, like, are you going to fulfill your wildest dreams and like have the most amazing time ever? Depending on your attitude, you will have the most amazing time ever. I think it's a lot about being patient, being grateful, being content with what is already here, and allowing things to come in divinely, not like waiting, allowing yourself to wait and allowing yourself to receive instead of always taking action, I think is going to be very, very advantageous for you. And I think that this is, you know, a year with a lot of learning, a lot of growing. But I think you've already learned a lot of the tough lessons. And I think that this overall upcoming year is going to be really exciting. And I think that by the end of 2022, you're going to be in a place where you feel like you can really trust yourself. You're going to feel like you can really trust the guidance the universe is giving you. You're going to feel like you can trust yourself to be honest with others. You can trust yourself to make decisions that are good for you. And I think more so than anything, you're just going to recognize that you have more power than you realize you do. And yeah, the universe is just really, really proud of you. You've got a lot of spiritual love and spiritual energy around you. And I think this year you're really going to be reaping a lot of benefits from all the work that you've been doing. Life is going to get easier. Life is going to flow better. And I think the thing is that when it comes to life getting easier, I think it's less so about what's happening externally and so much more about how you handle what is happening externally, what your perspective is. And so I think more than anything, the biggest changes for you in 2022 are just going to be that you're finally recognizing how wonderful you are, and that all this work that you're putting in and all that you're doing, it's for a purpose, it's for a reason, and that You're not abandoned. You're not alone. The universe is right there with you, supporting you, empowering you, and encouraging you every step of the way. So pile 1, I'm going to leave this reading here. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me, but if you're interested in supporting me in other ways, I will list them in a second. But I really hope that this reading resonated and was helpful. It's kind of hard to do predictions readings, I'm gonna be honest, because when the energy doesn't technically exist yet, you're kind of just pulling off of potential. So I hope that this was accurate, and I hope that this gave you guidance and hopefully made you excited for this upcoming year. If you would like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, you can let me know how it resonates, you can subscribe if you haven't already, and you can click that little bell notification to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can also check out my social media, which is linked below, as well as Krista's social media. Thank you so much, Krista, once again for giving us these beautiful necklaces to choose from. But yeah, I think that's all I have. I hope you all have a wonderful, beautiful 2022, and I hope that you will be coming back to visit me in that year. Thank you guys so much for letting me read your cards. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me in 2022. Bye. Hi there, pile 2. If you guys chose this Smoky Quartz necklace, this is going to be your reading for the year 2022. So we're going to go ahead and start with an overall look to see what the year as a whole, like what energies you'll be experiencing, and then we're going to go more in depth and look at 4 different areas of your life and see what main energies you're going to be experiencing there, and then we are going to finish off with advice. So let's go ahead and start with the first part. So let's see what you have for the year as a whole. So to start, we have manifestation. We have Sagittarius, I see. We have fertility. The frequency of fertility invites us to be more open, more courageous, more creative, more joyful than we were before. It activates the potential for something beautiful to grow from our consciousness into a new and grander expression of ourselves. We also have meditation and be fearless. Okay, what else now? We also have regeneration, which is black tourmaline and is representative of Pluto energy. We also have campfire circle, create deep and magical connections, relationships, bonding, community. We have health. I will honor the physical vessel that enshrines my soul. We have play. And finally, we have the tarantula with connection. So I think I'm gonna... Okay. So, wow. Okay, pile 2. I just want to start by saying something incredibly annoying to you. But this year is going to be whatever you make it. And I'm being really honest with that. It seems like this year, or this upcoming year, you're going to be coming out of a lot of energies that don't serve you. One of them being fear. That's actually like a big energy that I'm feeling, in which what's interesting is the song I Am by Young Baby Tate was coming up, and I definitely think that if you haven't heard that song, you should definitely look it up, because I think it's great for people who are fearful. It's just a good song, and it's full of affirmations, and yeah, Young Baby Tate is a queen. Anyway, you have a lot of opportunities this year, pile 2. And what I want to stress is a lot of how this year is going to go, it depends on your willingness to overcome the challenges that you face. So, and one thing that I do want to say is that you have every everything in your power now to create the life that you are wanting. I think that you're coming out of a very long, I just heard 5 years, so for some of you it could be that long, but a long cycle of maybe like dark night of the soul energy, or just difficult. You've just been experiencing a lot of difficulties, and for some of you I get the vibe like maybe these difficulties have been for the majority of your life, and like now you're just kind of recovering, like you're in a better place, you're in a new space, but now you're kind of truly recovering and getting to and starting the process of healing and starting a new life. But for others, I definitely think that you've been through a very difficult period that you could currently be in right now, that may extend to at least the beginning of 2022. But I see that energy dissipating. I see you coming back to yourself. And this version of yourself is either a self that you haven't met yet, a self that you're evolving into, or a self that rings very true to somebody that you once used to be, but in like a better way. Like, it's kind of interesting you picked pile 2, because it's like pile 2 2.0. Like, that's what this energy feels like. And I think with manifestations, I think that this year is going to be a lot about learning that you're not powerless, that in fact you are actually very powerful, but your ability to create, to forge, what's up with blacksmithing? Who's doing like blacksmith stuff? That's so dope. Maybe it's virtually too. But anyway, you have the opportunity to try new things, to make new connections, to see things from a higher point of view. I definitely see travel being a big thing here, with Sagittarius. So whether this is literal physical travel, depending on how the world is this upcoming year, as well as like I think that this also extends to like astral travel, especially with the meditation card here, because we do have the crown chakra, this bad boy up here. I think that in this year you're going to be deepening your connection to spirit, your connection to the universe, and I think your crown chakra is going to be opening in a way that is very effective, because I think that you are going to be more open to the guidance of the universe. I also think that meditation is going to bring about necessary change. 32 in numerology reduces to 5, and I think that you are learning how to see beyond your reactive mind and body and recognize that you have more power over your reactions than you realize. I also think that you're making a lot of effort to take better care of your physical health. We love that. And I think that meditation is probably a part of that, or spirit is encouraging you to do that, especially if you are making a lot of changes already, or you're planning on making those changes. I think spirit is saying this will greatly benefit you. For some, I'm hearing a specific message. If you're trying, like if you have issues with fertility or things like that, spirit may be saying that, not that I'm a doctor, I don't know anything about this, so like take this with a grain of salt. It's just what I heard, but like I think focusing on your health could make those sorts of endeavors, could benefit endeavors to plant seeds. I guess that's how we'll say that. But I also think that this year is going to be a lot about telling your brain to shut the hell up, because I think that your brain keeps you in a constant state of fear. Oh yeah, that's anxiety. Yeah, that's worrying. I think that you're going to be learning how to overcome a lot of perceived limitations your brain creates. And I think with this connection card here, I think that you're going to be making new connections this year, but I also think that you're going to be reevaluating connections as well. With the number 43 here, and that reducing to 7, as well as this 25 reducing to 7 in manifestation. I really think that you're going to be seeing how interconnected everything is. Like, for example, I think you're going to be seeing how your mentality affects your body, and in turn affects your energy, and in turn affects how you see yourself. I think you're going to be seeing how your habits affect your mood or your energy levels, which then affects your productivity. It's like you're seeing how things connect on a deeper level. You're not looking at just parts. Instead, you're looking at how these parts create a whole. You're seeing how they all play together. I think that if you're not a very spiritual person, you may be going through a spiritual awakening of some kind this year. If Sagittarius is a specific energy, they could be there could be specific Sagittarians or people with Sag placements that are going to be significant in this upcoming year. Or this could just be the energy that you're embodying. I really do think, though, it's really fitting because 21 reduces to 3 and we have 3, Be Fearless. And I think that this Sagittarius card and this Be Fearless really go hand in hand. I think Spirit is encouraging you. Once again, this actually came out, this energy, not this exact energy, but something that I'm channeling, came out in pile 1. George Carlin, an amazing comedian, wish he was still on this planet, but I just heard him in my head yell, "Take a fucking chance." And I think that this year is going to be all about that, taking fucking chances and seeing beyond the limits of your mind. Because I think when you take risks, you're going to see how your brain warps your perspective and how your fear warps your perspective and holds you back. And I think that you're going to be overcoming a lot of fears and a lot of limitations this year, and you're going to see how valuable it is to face things even when you are afraid of them, and to overcome things. I think Spirit's saying the more you lean into these changes happening, the more you take action to change, the more you allow yourself to change, to take risks, to take a fucking chance, like you're going to see your life improving. You're going to see your life heading in the direction you want to go. And one thing that I'm seeing here is that you're going to have many, many opportunities in the year of 2022. But the thing is about this is you still have to take action towards them. So what I'm seeing with fertility, obviously this doesn't have to be literally about fertility, but for those of you who, like I said, were curious about that, I do think that the more, I don't know, I really don't want to comment on that too much because I'm not like, there are limits to what cards can do, and I don't fucking know anything about medical shit. It kind of grosses me out if I'm being honest. So take all that with a grain of salt. But this fertility card, like it says, it talks about being more open, more courageous, more creative, more joyful. And I think that it's going to take willpower to be open to that, to instead of when an opportunity comes your way, instead of worrying about what will happen if you take it or what will happen if you get rejected. Like, for example, if there's things you want to apply to or things you want to go after that you may have not gone after in the past because you were afraid of rejection, I think that this new mentality that you're creating for yourself, that you're working on, is going to allow you to take action towards more opportunities, and in turn create more opportunities for abundance, create more opportunities to be creative, create more opportunities to see life in different ways, to make connections with other people. I also think that you are meeting new people this year. You could meet them while traveling. You could be traveling to meet them. I could almost see you meeting up with a lot of like-minded people, like for like a retreat or something, you know, with relationships, bonding, community. I think, you know, this year you're going to be making a lot of deep and magical connections. And what I love here with the tarantula as well is we have that connection energy again. But I do think there is there's a small warning here. to not allow any sort of group to become like an identity, to become like your all, because I can almost see, like, if you're not careful, you could kind of get trapped in a web of, I just heard lies, which, like, what? I don't know what that's about, but I think it's more so like you could just get caught up in other people's shit. And I think Spirit is asking you to remember to interact with those that lift you up, and to be parts of communities that you feel safe in, that you can bond with, but also know that your identity does not have to be solely wrapped in a certain community or anything like that. I think Spirit is asking you to preserve your autonomy and also be very careful of like groupthink. I think that's going to be especially important. And I guess on the DL pile too, I wanted to ask your thoughts on this, but I really have been wanting to make a video about cults and like what to look out for when shit starts to get a little bit culty, because, you know, I love spirituality and I love what I do and this work, but it's very easy for people to exploit things like this and target vulnerable people. I'm not saying that you're vulnerable or anything like that, but you know, I think it can happen to anyone. And I think just one really important thing when it comes to spirituality and things of this nature, you know, spirituality is like the freedom of exploring anything. And, you know, once you start listening to a human that's telling their own shit and like has their own and ego investments, it can just be dangerous. So let me know if you want to see something like that. I'm gonna, but that was a complete tangent. Sorry. I just wanted to see if that's something you guys would be interested in, because I really worry sometimes about, you know, just how these are tools that are meant to heal and support you and help you navigate life in a more confident way and be able to trust yourself. And like, it just really grinds my gears when people use these things and other things like meditation or healing as a way to exploit people, as a way to control people. It just doesn't fucking vibe with me. But anyway, I also think that there's going to be opportunity just to have more fun this year. I think because you're regenerating, things are coming full circle in certain ways. You're coming to a point where even if things aren't 100% okay, you're okay with it being that way, and you can be present for a little while. Like, for example, if you have children, I think that you're gonna be more mindful about making time to play with them or just have small moments with them. I think you're gonna make time to, like, for example, if you're walking your dog, like to take the long way around and let your dog, you know, sniff and explore and do things like that. It's almost like Spirit is really asking you this year to do things that are unlike what you would typically do, because that's what's going to lead you. I just heard the word serendipitous in my head. So it's like, it's going to lead you to all of these exciting coincidences, exciting synchronicities. I think Spirit's going to show you things in meditation, and then you'll see them in real life later. That's one thing that I Spirit wants to say as well. And they wanted me to use an example in my own personal life. This is actually a long time ago, but I was asking about a certain situation. And when I would meditate, even not that I was meditating on the situation, but just meditating in general, the image of the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland would pop up. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like, I haven't even like watched that movie in like such a long time. Like, what's... And so I put it in my back pocket and didn't think about it. And then later on, a period of time passed, and that situation had kind of come full circle. And during that time, I saw on like a chalkboard billboard the Cheshire Cat like drawn on it. And then a couple hours later, I was watching a YouTube video, and the Cheshire Cat was like on the t-shirt of the person in the video. Like, it's just like it came in so many different places, and it was like answering my question. But the kind of frustrating thing was that my question was answered when I experienced it in the physical world. So for some of you, you might be experiencing for the first time like the interesting kind of push-pull dynamic you can have with the universe, and how like the universe can leave you messages. I think a lot of signs that you weren't seeing before, you'll see now. I think you'll see how the universe is always communicating with you. You're gonna realize, oh wow, the universe is really communicating with me more than I thought. The universe is always watching me. The universe does have my back, and I think it's going to help you be more confident to take action towards the things that make you afraid. And also this is a lot about Empress energy to me. Like, this is about you kind of coming into your Empress energy with that 3, be fearless. And you know, Empress energy, that doesn't mean like that you have to identify it as a woman or be a feminine person. It just means that like Empress energy is within everyone, and it's that ability to you know, be creative, to allow things to flow as they will, to align with like divine chaos, to align with the natural cycles of the world, and to you know, be creative. And there is an aspect there of like motherhood and things like that. So for some of you, I do think if that is a goal of yours, I think that is something that is possible, especially with this like create deep and magical connections. Like, I would imagine one of the most deep and magical connections you can have with another human being is one that's your own literal child. I wouldn't know because I am a child, but like for y'all that do, I'm sure you'll get it. Okay, so let's see, anything else? I think the biggest thing that Spirit just wants you to know is that, especially with this Pluto energy here, you're in a process of deep transformation, and it's a transformation that's not going to be done by the end of 2022. So I think one thing that Spirit really wants you to know is that a lot of this year overall, you're going to be going through very powerful transformations, but they're not transformations that you're going to be aware of in the moment. And in fact, you might feel like at times you're stagnating, but the real truth is you're actually evolving and doing wonderfully. It's just that you're not able to zoom out and like see how much progress there has been. It's like watching a plant grow. Like, if you watch the time lapse and see how it you see it in a couple of minutes, it's like, wow, it changed so much. But you know, it took a really, really, really long time for it to start from seed to like, you know, fully grown plant. I'm not creative enough to think of a plant right now. Fucking rose, that's fine. A rose, you know. And also, one thing about that, actually no, because I think it'll come in later. Spirit's saying I'll talk about that later. Okay, so I'm gonna clear this off and then get set up for the next part. I will be right back. Hello, I am back. I did quickly want to say, while I was setting up, a song was playing through my head. It is a K-pop song, so not everybody, it may not be significant for everyone, and truthfully, I don't even know what it means, but it is a song. It's called Come See Me by AOA, Ace of Angels. So essentially what we are going to do now is look at the overall energies of your relations with others. So this isn't just love. This is like all types of connections. Love, platonic, family, all of it. And then the greenstone, the aventurine, we are looking at career or work, study, whatever you may be pursuing. And then the strawberry quartz cube will represent your external environment in general, and this ametrine will represent your internal environment. So I know I'm not doing much shuffling in this video, so I thought I would at the very least shuffle your tarot on camera. So using the Star Power Tarot, I'm going to get a blessing for each of these categories, and using the Moon Power Tarot, I'm going to get a challenge for each of these categories. So, you know, obviously there's always awesome shit and challenging shit with everything in life, so we got to do both. So Spirit, blessing. Okay, I am gonna trust that this wants to go to career, but I'm turning it upright because I think that it was just being dramatic. Okay, so we've got career, but what's a blessing in relationships, Spirit? Okay, well, I'm not gonna let you see what came out with peace and love. What, unless you saw it, then you're gonna see it in like 2 seconds anyway. That's fine. Okay, Spirit, what about pile 2's external world and their internal world, please? What about their internal world? Okay. So then challenges, we all love those. So what's one challenge in pile 2's relationships they will be dealing with in 2022? Okay. How about career? So you didn't see that. I know you didn't. What about for external world? Haha, it's a little literal. All your cards are wanting to reveal themselves. Maybe Spirit's just too excited. All right. Then finally, what about pile 2's internal world? Okay, let's go ahead then and start with your relationships. So I'm actually just gonna like move these down. So let's start with your overall energy. So we have rigidity, and this is actually the throat chakra. The deck that I'm using, the colors are different than what they like typically are, like at least in terms of what I feel like is usually seen in chakra cards. But this is representing the throat chakra. I just didn't want anyone to get confused and be like, it's purple, it should be third eye. Like, not in this deck. So we have rigidity with the throat chakra. And then let's see, the challenge you will be facing is judgment. The blessing you'll be facing is the 8 of Cups. And what you will be learning, or the energy you will be in, is I am a dreamer. I do want to point out we have number 44 here and Pisces energy. So with 44, that's just an angel number to me. 4 in general, but like I see angels specifically in like 44, 444. So I do think you will have a lot of angelic protection around your relationships. And one thing that I noticed too is that 44 and 35 both reduce to 8 in numerology, which we have another 8 here as well. And I think, so 8 could be a significant number, Leo energy could be significant, or 8's the energy of abundance. So I definitely think I'm talking about numbers too much, so let's get into this. This year, upcoming year 2022, is going to be challenging, but in terms of your relationships, it's going to be challenging but worth it. One thing that I'm seeing, your blessing is the 8 of Cups. So you could be this year walking away from friendships, from relationships, from family. You could be setting boundaries with like family members that are really difficult, or you could just be finally healing, well, not healing, but at the very least moving on from a lot of difficult shit from your past. And I do think actually you might be walking away from like a friend group, or once again, I'm getting like a group of some kind, like a group centered around like passions, a group centered around like hobbies, something like that. because let's be clear, like, it's so funny, like, any sub-community, there's, like, always, like, drama and shit, right? Like, I was reading the other day, like, about people in the yarn community that, like, faked their own death. I didn't even read all of it, but it was, like, drama about people, like, faking their own deaths in the yarn community. I guess if you're in the knitting crocheting community, and you have any insight and you want to comment about that, like, feel free to, but I mean, it's not important. But I do think that you may be realizing that, like, some people are just not going to change, and if they're unwilling to change and they're unwilling to fix a dynamic or grow, I think you're just going to be distancing yourself from what's no longer serving you. And I think what's really difficult, but what's good, is that you're going to be setting boundaries with people and holding firm on that. But what I do see here is the biggest challenge when it comes to your relationships this upcoming year is that you're going to be seeing the truth about a lot of things. And you're not going to be able to go back to a time when you were ignorant of this. And I don't mean ignorant like you are ignorant, but just you when you weren't aware of this. With the Judgment card being here, I don't think that your challenge is that people are going to judge you. The Judgment card is so much deeper than that, and so much more impactful than that. The best description that I've ever seen of it has been in an Alice in Wonderland themed deck, and it talks about these two-dimensional cards like popping up and becoming three-dimensional. Like, things are going to become real, things are going to be shown to you, understood, seen, where you're just like, oh, okay, wow, I see the truth. Like, it's just going to be so obvious that you can no longer ignore it. One thing that I'm hearing, Archangel Gabriel is somebody that you can pray to when you need guidance on how to go about a certain connection with somebody, whether romantic, platonic, whatever it is. I do think that this year you're going to be holding firm with your boundaries, because I think you've already been in the process of, like, distancing yourself from situations, people that are no longer serving you. But I think that if you allow certain people to come back in, and this is true if, like, for example, you may have people in your life right now where you're unsure of whether they're good for you or not, or they're beneficial for you. One thing that I'm seeing here is, if you allow people back into your life and they haven't changed, you may learn some difficult lessons about going back on your boundaries. Like you're going to be the one that suffers, essentially, is what Spirit is saying. And I think your guides are saying the best thing that you can do is know what your boundaries are and honor those, because not honoring your boundaries and allowing people to walk all over you or, like, people please, that's a form of self-betrayal. And I think that you're going to see very clearly that sometimes love isn't enough. And I don't mean that in terms of, like, romantic love. I think, honestly, the friend breakups that I've been through have been more difficult than romantic breakups that I've been through. But that's also probably because I have less life experience than most people. But, friend breakups are really fucking hard. And I'm not saying that you're going to go through that, but I mean, I do think that everybody that you're starting this year with are not going to be the people that you're finishing out the year with. But I think that this is really important, because the more rigid you are with your boundaries, the easier it's going to be for you to align with people who honor those boundaries and also support you. Like, I think you're dreaming the types of people you want in your life into being. And I also think that maybe you may have some realizations about the roles that people play in your life. I also think that you're just going to be seeing the truth of the people, like, of what is a good person to be in your life and what is not. I think you're going to be walking away from any half-assed friends, any romantic interests that breadcrumb you or don't give you what you deserve. I think that if you have any difficult family members, you may be having to put your foot down and set some difficult boundaries, or maybe go no contact with them, because you may just realize there's nothing else you can do here. But one thing that I'm seeing with this I Am a Dreamer card, I think one thing that you need to know is that intuitively, after this year, you're going to be such a good judge of character. And you may already be a really good judge of character, but the problem is that people can talk us out of like our own intuitive feelings about other people. You know what I mean? So like maybe somebody came into your life and you were like, oh, I don't know, they seem like bad news. And then everybody's like, oh, this person's awesome. Like they're so amazing. You should give them a chance, or like you should hang out with them. And you do, and you let your guard down, and then you realize later that you were right. You know what I mean? And I think that it's only through, you know, making mistakes and having those sorts of experiences that we learn all that. But I think that you're also going to, I think this is important as well, you're also going to be healing relationships with people that have been stagnant in the past, where you both mutually want to be in one another's lives. And I think that is mainly in a friendship way. I think that this is mainly friends that you haven't communicated with in a long time, or it could be romantic interests as well. But I think also one thing that you may be realizing in terms of how challenging, like this is a good challenge to have, if I'm being honest with this Judgment card, because you're going to be seeing the truth, and this is going to be joyful in certain ways. Like there are going to be people in your life where you're going to be like, oh my God, like this person is going to be in my life forever. And for some of you that could be in a romantic way, where maybe literally nothing happens. It's just that like, you know, you and your partner are doing something and you just have this moment where you're like, wow, I want this to be for the rest of my life. Or you may realize like there's something really special here, there's something really deep here, or just different things like that. I think you're going to become more aware of what connections in your life are like more karmic in nature. And I think you're going to be seeing what connections in your life have a deeper, more soul purpose attached to them. I think you're also just going to be discovering that you're going to be seeing the truth of like your people-pleasing behaviors and being like, shit, I have to change this. Like I have to be firm with my boundaries, and it's going to be really hard to honor those. And I think that what you're going to realize this year, the biggest challenge that you're going to realize this year, is that when you don't honor your boundaries, shit doesn't turn out very fun. And when you do honor your boundaries, shit can sometimes be flung at you unfairly. But when that shit is flung at you unfairly, it shows you exactly why you needed to have those boundaries in the first place. Because healthy people in your life will always respect your boundaries and will always want to make you feel comfortable. So let's go ahead and look at career now. So to start, we have healing, another throat chakra energy. And the career blessing, we have, oh, fuck yes. We have the 10 of Pentacles. I knew there was a reason why Spirit was like, that's going to career. And the challenge is the Page of Pentacles. And then what you are learning is, I am confident. I love this. I love this energy. Okay. So, show. What's interesting with this healing card, once again, another throat chakra energy. So I do think that for some, I just got a really specific message that if your family doesn't agree with your career path, but you know it's what you're meant to be doing, they will recognize that they are wrong the more you follow your path. But also, like, if there's been any challenges, I think that forgiveness will be a thing. They will see the truth, and like things will get better there. I don't want to get too into details because I don't want to like say something if it's not true, but what I'm seeing here is I think that you are healing a lot when it comes to your worth, your value as like, for some, I could see this like if you're a stay-at-home parent, I think you could be healing your relationship with, you could be healing a part of yourself that feels like you don't have as much of an identity as you once did, or like you don't have, or the fact that maybe a lot of your identity now is around being a parent, and you might be kind of taking steps to heal how you see yourself, heal like your identity, or like, what was the word I was going to use? Well, I just heard change. But what I think you're changing is like, so for example, if you're already in a job and you're really happy, I think that you could be taking job or studying or, you know, doing whatever, right? I think that you could be changing your habits and your routines around this career. So like, for example, maybe you're getting acclimated to your schedule this year, and logically, like you're taking effort to make sure that like you're prepared every day, and that you get enough sleep, and that that you are not bringing any of your personal shit into the office or into the classroom with you. I also think that you could be mending relationships. I just heard mentors. So with mentors, with bosses, with, I think that specifically if you work with family, I think that you could be coming to, like if there's disagreements or difficulties there, I think that communication with them will definitely improve this year. I think that your ability to be diplomatic and find solutions is going to be really beneficial. I also think that your relationship with career in general, or with studying in general, is going to be something that is improved. Like the way you see it, or the way or how you prioritize it, how much energy you spend on it, like that's all changing is kind of the vibe that I'm getting. And I think also you're starting to believe in yourself. So whether you are a small business owner, or in a difficult career, or in a difficult major, and truthfully, I think every career is difficult. I don't think, well, actually, no, that's not true. I used to work retail. I mean, some of those jobs were difficult for some people, but I just, man, I mean, actually, no, that's not true. Like, retail is super difficult. I know that because I've worked it. It's difficult in different ways. Like, the job itself may not be very hard, but it's difficult dealing with asshole customers, and dealing with people that work in the same place as you that think they're above you when they're making like $2 more. Like, you know, shit like that. Like, everybody's got difficulties. Like, there's no easy job. There's no easy career. Like, everything's got its own bullshit, right? Retail is super hard. I don't know why I said that like it wasn't difficult. I think I was just thinking in terms of like, for example, like being in a stock room and like putting things away. You would think that that wouldn't be too difficult of a job, but you know, that's maybe what I was more referencing. But like, I mean, I think service industry jobs are some of the hardest jobs in the world, because not only are you being like abused by customers every single day, you're not getting paid what you deserve, and on top of that you get worked to the bone. It's shout out to my service industry people. Y'all are amazing. And if anyone is mean to you, I will send my spirit team after them. But aside from that dumb weird tangent that I just went on, I do think that for some of you, you could be getting promoted this year. For others, you may be finishing like a grad program and getting your first job. For some of you, you could be making some sort of investment or receiving some sort of inheritance that is going to help you greatly. I also think that if you have any wealthy family members or wealthy like friends that are like family, I think that they could be willing to invest. I literally heard angel investor, so that could be something big if you're starting your own business. But you could also maybe get a job through somebody. I mean, sure, that's nepotism, but like nepotism is everywhere, let's be real. You may be getting like a really good internship or opportunity through connections. So internship, training, opportunities like that. I do also think that you could be working from home this year. And if you're groaning by that, then I would say that that message is not for you, because this is under the blessings category. But maybe one blessing for a lot of you is that maybe you'll be allowed to continue working from home, especially if you have a family. But in terms of the challenge that you're dealing with, we have the Page of Pentacles here. And what's interesting is that I think that this is definitely, once again, going to be different for all of you. So for some of you, I think this challenge is a child or children with the Page of Pentacles here. I think like, especially if you're somebody who's working from home or something like that, maybe just the relationship that you have with your child, or just being able to balance like caring for them and also getting what you need to done might be really difficult. Or maybe they have really specific needs that you have to, you know, take into account. And, you know, maybe that's just going to cause you to have to make sure that you allot extra time to do things or things of that nature. But for my childless people out there, or my people where their children, I mean, I guess I was going to say where their children aren't a challenge, but I'm pretty sure anyone that has children will say that they're a challenge, and I would believe that. So, oh, my nails match her hair. Anyway, I do think that one of the challenges this year, maybe, because here's what's interesting. It's like, oh, you're getting the bag, but you don't have much money. So for some of you, it's like maybe you are being supported by someone with a lot of money until you can get on your feet, or somebody's helping invest in you, and you're dealing with the stress of, you know, having someone else's money on your hands. And so the challenge may be that you're starting something new, like you could be starting a new business, and it's just in the beginning stages. So starting something is always the hardest part. So if you're starting something new this year, whether it's a new job or starting a new program or anything like that, I think that the challenges of just starting something new is going to be something that you're dealing with. But I also think that this is going to be something that you handle really well, because with the 32 healing card here, I think that any challenges that you're facing, you are going to be in a clear enough state of mind and in a good enough mind state for the majority of the time, because we're looking at a year. So, you know, obviously we're not always going to be peachy keen, but I think for a good portion of the year, you're going to be able to handle whatever comes at you with grace. And I think that you're going to overcome any challenges with your ability to, with like all of these things that you're learning about doing what's best for you, with doing what's healing, and also like your abilities now to, like, for example, speak your boundaries and be honest with people. I think that you're going to be doing a lot with just healing how you relate with others, and also just healing how you see yourself. Maybe too, like maybe you've only been focused on like your career, for example, or relationships, for example. Like maybe if you're somebody really focused on relationships, this year is going to be a lot about healing your relationship with your own passions, with your own career, with what you want to do with your life. And I think that one of the blessings is that Spirit is going to support you, or like what you're investing in this year. So like maybe this year will be really challenging, like if you're starting a new business, or if you're continuing working on a business, or in the process of studying for a certain career path, that could be really challenging. But I think Spirit's saying that the blessing is going to be something that maybe you don't see this year, but you will see in the future. Like this Page of Pentacles is going to turn into a 10 of Pentacles. Like this one pentacle will multiply. I also think that maybe one thing that you may struggle with, or may find challenging this year as well, is just keeping good, like budgeting well. You may want to be conscious of like making sure like where your money's going, how much you're saving, all of that. I am not, and I mean, I'm not here to be giving anyone fiscal advice, but that's one thing that I'm hearing. I also think that maybe as well, you could be, maybe one thing that I'm hearing as well is that you could be getting out of debt this year. You could be, like actually making a lot of money, or getting that promotion, getting more money. And then maybe that challenge is you have to, use all that money to pay back debts you owe and things like that. So that might be something as well. But overall here, I also think that maybe one challenge is just a lack of experience or a lack of knowledge. And so your challenge this year is going to be, studying or training or whatever it is that you need to do in order to improve. It does kind of seem like you're going to be doing, for some of you, especially if this is like your own business or something like that, it does seem like you're going to be doing a lot of work for not a whole lot of money. But I think that's because it will be worth it in the end, or you're being supported by someone else who can take care of you while you're investing your money in this. But I think overall though, if you've already started a business, or you're already going through all that, I think Spirit is saying that any challenges in that area, you'll be finding solutions to solve them, and also healing relations like with people in the workplace, or like business connections you may have. I feel like there's one more thing too. I also think like your improved mental health and improved physical health, like your improved health will also help you show up in your career, at school, wherever, in a much more balanced way. Another message that I'm hearing, if you are in school, I think one blessing that you're going to have is either if you have family members that live near school, I think that they are going to shower you with like home cooked meals, and like be there to take care of you, be there to support you. And if your family is like far away from where you're studying or things like that, I think one of the blessings is you're going to be getting new life experiences outside of that, but also you're going to be able to kind of come home to them, and like they'll take care of you and they'll support you and do whatever you need while you're learning and growing and following your path. There's just so many possibilities as to what these things could be that I have to like say all of them. But yeah, by the end of this year, like what you're learning is that you can be confident in yourself, and I love this. So I think that if you are in the process of starting a business, or have already started one, I think by the end of next year you're going to be a lot more confident in who you are. I also think as well, for some of you, this Page of Pentacles could be you may be healing your relationship with money in general, because you may, like, for example, maybe you're already doing really well financially, and you know that that's going to continue in the upcoming year, but maybe you have really bad habits with money. Like maybe you spend all your money, or maybe you don't like to save, or maybe you just let your money sit in the bank, and like maybe you may be learning, maybe the challenge might be learning better financial habits as well. So any of those could be it. Hopefully one resonates. But okay, now we're gonna see what is changing in your external environment. So this is just everything around you, the world essentially. So we have play again, and this is the sacral chakra. So it's typically orange, but it's the one by, I was gonna say your uterus, but I don't know if you have a uterus, but like essentially where a uterus would be. If you don't know where a uterus would be, you're on a computer, you can Google. Okay, so one challenge in your external environment is going to be the world, and one blessing in your external environment is going to be the King of Cups. Okay, love to see this. And what else do we have? I am a healer. Okay, we'll get into that. Oh, so sacral is right here, by the way. The last two cards were representing your throat chakra, and this play card represents your sacral chakra. So I definitely think you're healing your relationship with your external environment, but also you're going to want to interact with the world more. You're going to want to escape less and interact with the world more. With this play card here, I really do think that you are going to be taking more opportunities to just have fun and to do things because they're fun, not because they'll make you money or have a certain result. You know, you're not doing things to show it off on social media. You're doing things solely because they're fun. You may be doing more like art or pursuing different hobbies in your spare time, like instead of just, you know, watching TV or something. But honestly, even watching TV could be like a hobby if you really want it to be. But I think really more so than anything, you're taking more time to have more fun and be present in doing that. So the blessing that we have is the King of Cups. So this could be a romantic partner that's currently in your life or one that you will meet. Because for some of you, if you have a romantic partner or one that you've recently walked away from that you know is not good for you and like you're not interested in that ever continuing, I do think that you could be making room for somebody really, really awesome and really emotionally mature. With the King of Cups here, we have Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces placements, but I am not saying that this person will have them. They could, but they don't have to. No matter what, though, this person that's coming in is going to be incredibly emotionally mature, and kind, and also like respect your boundaries, give you space. This person could be you. This could be one blessing that you could have, is that maybe you are just more, all of these lessons are culminating into like emotional maturity, for example, where you're able to do things from a heart-centered mindset, do things just because they bring you joy, do things just because they'll heal you, do things just because you genuinely enjoy them. But I think this King of Cups honestly isn't one person. I think this is anyone in your life who you genuinely enjoy being around, who lifts you up, makes you feel good about yourself, who you have an emotional connection to. I think that these people are going to be people that you are making memories with, and I think they're going to be a huge blessing in your external environment, because I think that they're going to be there to help you. They're going to be there to support you. And I think also if there are any activities or hobbies that you want to try or places you want to travel to, for example, that you're afraid to do by yourself, I think that there are going to be people in your life already, or if not, people that you'll meet this year, maybe through doing certain activities, that will do these things with you. Spirit is asking you, like, when you're doing things just for joy and just because it's fun, you know, ask people that you love to come along, whether it's friends, family, romantic interests, whoever is a King of Cups in your life, whoever is emotionally mature, generous, kind, nurturing, understanding with emotions, somebody who's emotionally intelligent, and can connect with you in that way. As for the challenge, with the world card being here, I think that I'm going to take this really literally and just say that like a lot of your challenges are just going to be bullshit from the world. So, you know, Rona restrictions, or I just heard floods. Just world shit, like shit that you can't control. That's gonna be the most challenging thing, is like traveling might be a challenge, or like maybe there are things that you want to do or want to experience and they're across the world, and so maybe getting like the visa or getting the money or whatever it may be to do those things might be a challenge, but they're not impossible. But I do think this world, on a not so literal level, kind of represents your biggest challenge is going to be fully closing out this cycle that we saw in the beginning of your reading, that we kind of see going on here, because your external world is a lot about your, like, not your relationships, but like there is, I mean, relationships are part of your external world, and I think because those are shifting so much, your external world will be as well. I think what's going to be difficult is like fully closing out certain cycles and also healing from that. So like one thing that I'm seeing here is, you know, you may have realizations this year about certain connections to people, can't stop burping, where you're gonna be like, wow, this person isn't good for me, like I shouldn't have them in my life, or this connection isn't productive for either of us, or this person is not gonna change, or they're not willing to work with me, they're not willing to grow with me, they're not willing to compromise with me. And I think your challenge in your external world is saying, okay, well, am I going to accept that, or am I going to close out this cycle? Am I going to only allow the people that are a part of my world to be people that respect me, that honor me? I think the biggest challenge is going to be shutting the door and closing out cycles with certain things. And I don't even mean just people, like maybe, you know, because we saw health there. So like maybe you're going to have to change how you eat, or like your habits, how you travel, maybe like maybe you're going to bike places more, walk places more instead of driving. There could be a lot of different things here, but I think it mostly relates to your relationships, if I'm being honest, because I think in your external world, like your biggest challenge is going to be, you know, dealing with all the emotions involved when it comes to creating the life that you want, and I don't want to call them consequences, but just like the natural, inevitable shit that happens when people are not aligned with what is good for us, you know? But with this I am a healer card, I do definitely think that a big part of this blessing is that you are healing a lot of your emotional body this year. But I think also, you know, what's really beautiful is that I think that because you are doing so much healing, your external environment is going to reflect that. So like your house may be a lot more clean and put together and organized, and maybe that's because you're hiring someone else to do it, or you found a method that finally works for you, or your external environment is a lot easier to deal with because you are working really hard to focus on your energy, to focus on protecting it, conserving it, healing it, keeping it balanced, things of that nature. And I think that one really awesome thing about your external environment is there's going to be like less fear. But I mean, I don't know though, because I feel like there's anxiety still, which I mean, like anxiety is a part of life, and really when anxiety, because like everybody has anxiety about certain things, anxiety becomes a problem when it stops you from like living your life. So for example, like generalized anxiety disorder, anxiety that literally like impacts your quality of living, impacts your way of life, like that is something that you would want to seek help for. But I think you might be realizing where your fear or anxieties that, you know, are not super intense, where they're just there, that you can overcome them, and that life is allowed, like you're allowed to have more fun in life, and that life can be fun. I think that you're going to be doing things because they're emotionally fulfilling. You're going to be doing things because you want to, not because you need to or you should. You're going to be doing things because you just want to play and have fun. And I love that play showed up twice. So that's definitely something you're going to be playing a lot more. Okay, so let's look at your internal world now and see what is shifting. Okay, so we have fear. That, I guess that makes sense as to why I was like, well, I don't know about that. So this is the root chakra in this deck. So I don't know if y'all noticed, but there are Hindu deities in a lot of these cards. There are so many of them. I'm still learning them. But I would see this special lady from a mile away. This is Kali Ma, or Kali. She is a wonderful, wonderful deity. And one that is depicted in intense ways, but she's like kind of the shadow side of the feminine, but she's a very loving deity. Like she's all about killing what doesn't serve you, so that you can make room for what is to be. I mean, I'm not going to do her justice, but you know what's so convenient, pile two? You know what I have just laying down right here next to me? The Kali Oracle. So I'm going to pull you guys a card from there and see what message she has for your internal body. Because if she's coming through, she's clearly got something she wants to say. So what we can say right off the bat, one thing that you're going to be dealing with in 2022 that isn't going anywhere is fear and insecurity. You're still going to be afraid of things. You're still going to feel challenged by things. Let's see, speaking of challenges, let's see what the challenge is. Oh, okay, so we have the Knight of Pentacles. And the blessing is the Empress. Okay, fuck yeah, I love that. Oh, and we have I am determined coming out as your lesson, and it matches so beautifully. But let's go ahead and interpret this. Oh my god, this Empress card, like, tell me that isn't Grimes. That looks just like Claire, but you're Grimes. Anyway, so I'm getting myself all fucked up because I just got excited to see Kali, and I was like, oh my god, I got her deck right here. So we're definitely gonna pull you a message from there, and I'm gonna shuffle those cards while I interpret this, just because I don't know, I'm like, my hands need something to do. So what I'm seeing, the biggest blessing is you're gonna be in your Empress energy this upcoming year, pile two. And I do want to stress that Empress, oh my god, didn't I say that 3 be fear, and Spirit, I love Spirit, like everything just connects. But that 3 was be fearless, and the blessing is that you're stepping into your Empress energy. You really are, like, you know, reaching a place where you can allow things to flow and embrace divine chaos and allow yourself to create, allow yourself to be, allow yourself to flow with the cycles of life, to recognize your worth, to recognize your value, your beauty, to honor who you are. I think that this year, you're recognizing your worth. You are recognizing how much you deserve. You are recognizing how valuable you are. You are recognizing that you are worthy of nurturing. You're worthy of care. You are worthy you're learning how to parent yourself and learning how to navigate your own ship, if I'm being honest, like your physical ship. I think you're the biggest blessing is that you're growing into who you're meant to be and allowing that to happen naturally, but also not beating yourself up for when it doesn't happen as quickly as you'd like, or when things don't happen the way you want them to. You're learning just how to stay in this Empress energy where you're lovingly allowing things to unfold as they will. You know, you're creating from a place of love. You are relating to others from a place of love. You're coming from a very divine perspective. And I love this with this I am a healer. Like, I think the more healing you do within, the more healing energy you provide to the people around you. And it's going to help uplift. This Empress energy is not only uplifting you, it's giving you the opportunity to uplift the people around you as well. But the biggest challenge here with the Knight of Pentacles, right away, this is telling me your biggest challenge is going to be consistency. Because the Knight of Pentacles is incredibly methodical. Like, I would say, like, if any knight is going to have a routine, it's this knight. And I think that maybe one of your biggest challenges is going to be following through on plans that you make in your head. So, like, actually taking action, but also just staying on track with, like, the goals that you make for yourself. So, like, if you have a goal to, you know, I just heard Whole30. So, like, I think that's like a diet change of some type. So, like, for example, if you're like, oh, I want to do this, you want to do XYZ to change your routine. The biggest challenge is going to be, like, for example, if you're trying to cut out sugar, not breaking and eating sugar, for example. Like, your biggest challenge is just going to be consistency with yourself. I think the biggest thing that Spirit is saying is, like, the more consistent you are with yourself, the harder it will be for you to fall off track, for you to forget this Empress energy, for you to not know where you're going. But I also think that part of the challenge of the Knight of Pentacles is that a lot of progress is slow and steady, and you may worry that if it's not happening fast enough, it's not going to happen. And I think Spirit is saying, you know, that's why this Empress energy is so beneficial, because the Empress is patient. The Empress allows things to unfold as they will, and knows that she will just be as fine and divine as she was before, you know, no matter what changes. But I think I'm honestly really glad this Fear card came out, because Spirit is really saying, you know, even people who look confident or who are confident, that doesn't mean they're not afraid. Like, I'll use me as an example. Like, I avoid filming all the time because I'm afraid of shit. Like, I'm afraid of, oh, like, what if I sit down and, like, I'm not, and no messages come through, or, like, what if it doesn't resonate and then, like, everyone, like, throws eggs at me? Like, stupid shit, but, like, it's still a thing, you know what I mean? I think one thing that Spirit is saying is your fear is not going to go anywhere. Like, if you wait for your fear to disappear before you take action, you're going to wait forever. And so what Spirit is really saying is it's okay to be afraid. It's okay to not be sure of yourself. It's okay to be afraid, period. But with determination, you can get through anything. And what I love is this 42 reduces to 6, and this fear is a 6 card. And so I think Spirit is saying, even though you're afraid, doing the damn thing anyway, being determined to do something even though you're afraid is such a powerful thing. And I think the thing is that it's okay to be afraid, but it's a really amazing thing to have courage and do something anyway. I mean, we do things all the time just straight up out of fear. And I think Spirit is really giving you the opportunity to acknowledge your fear, see your fear, and say, but that's not going to stop me from achieving my goals, or that's not going to stop me from taking a fucking chance, in the words of George Carlin. But since we have Kali here, we're going to pull her a message. We're going to pull a message from her and see what she wants. We're going to see what she wants you to know about 2022 and what advice she has. So, Kalima, what advice do you have for pile 2 in the year of 2022? Okay, the Queen has spoken. We have Moksha of Kali. So let's see what that says. This is the Kali Oracle by Alana Fairchild. So if you feel drawn to this deck, or you feel drawn to working with Kali as a deity, this may be a deck worth investing in. There's a lot of honestly, anything by Alana Fairchild is always really good. She's an excellent writer, and yeah, she's just awesome. Like her books, her decks, they're all really good. You can't go wrong with like pretty much anything she's created, if I'm being honest, because I have a lot of it. Okay. Oh, hell yes. Kali's coming through. Her passionate desire for your liberation is unflagging, and so your relief shall come swiftly. She is speaking to you from within. She is the voice of reassurance. Can you hear her? Trust her. Soon you will see things in a better light. You are going to be liberated from the struggle you are currently experiencing. Be true to yourself in your life path, and you will track the way forward as obstacles disappear. Do not turn away, for you are destined to overcome all opposition, bringing your sacred path to fruition. Moksha is a Sanskrit term meaning freedom, in the sense of complete self-actualization and spiritual liberation. It refers to the attainment of enlightenment and is considered the final release from involuntary suffering. Wow, okay, so this is really significant for you guys. The distinction between voluntary and involuntary is made because at a high level, certain divine beings will take on the experience of suffering to assist those who are yet to experience moksha. I hope I'm saying that correctly. They help to carry the load and move others forward. Our love for another, our compassion for their pain, may make us wish we could take on their suffering so they no longer need to struggle. This is counter to the divine perspective of higher beings. They enter into the realm of suffering to assist all. The divine understands the purpose of suffering, that it can lead us toward wisdom, strength, and ultimately empowerment. There is an art to alleviating suffering without depriving the soul of the growth it can bring. There are loving divine beings of great wisdom calling to help those trapped in suffering at all times. We can call for assistance whenever we find our pain difficult to bear, including the anguish we feel when faced with the struggles of others. These divine beings have sufficient wisdom and higher understanding to help in ways that create benefits for all. There are times when suffering is so great that it threatens to overwhelm the soul. Perhaps that intense degree of suffering is a result of accumulated unresolved pain of generations of ancestors resting upon the spiritual shoulders of one family member, brave enough to admit the truth when the others are trapped in delusion and denial. Similar situations can arise in a societal, religious, cultural, or corporate context. Yeah, I was talking about this. There definitely is situations where you may be having to follow your truth, and other people may be facing backlash for that. But it's like very, like, you're walking away from it if it happens. Intensified suffering can be an initiation for a particularly talented soul who has the potential to bring light and freedom to the world. To achieve this, that soul must learn to deal with the darkness in equal measure. That typically entails periods of intense struggle until the best methods are realized to find peace and awareness without being overcome by pain. I was about to say this, and then I started reading the first sentence. I was going to say, like, the majority of my life until I found tarot and things of this nature was just intense degrees of suffering. Like, literally, that's what it was. And now it says many mystics report dark nights of the soul, a struggle with negativity, suffering, and pain of various kinds that lasts for a long time. Yeah, mine was literally like, adolescence. So I would say probably 9 or 10 to now. Not really now because I'm in a much better place, but like thinking about it, like you still go through intense periods at times. So like I'm still healing from like that shit. And that's the thing, like if you wait to be fully healed, if you wait to just like to feel ready, like you're never gonna feel ready, you're never gonna feel fully healed. You just have to be afraid and do it anyway, because there's something within you telling you that you can. They're not failing on their spiritual path. They're at an advanced level. I'm not sitting here being like, guys, I'm so advanced. I'm just so like, I'm not saying any of that shit. I'm just saying I've been there, and I'm still there sometimes. They're willing to engage with their struggles because of their great love for truth, the light, and the divine in whatever form resonates for their hearts. Nothing can make them turn away from that great love. Higher love is the power that fuels moksha. It fuels the release from suffering. It is the spiritual juice to keep doing the inner work, to seek the path. To seek the path through and refuse to give up, even if we are still figuring out what our persistence is going to look like today. The moksha of Kali teaches us that our suffering is no source for shame, but rather a badge of spiritual honor, acknowledging that we are deep on the soul's healing pathway. However, that doesn't mean that the more we suffer, the more spiritual we become, and the more spiritual we become, the more we have to suffer. It means that our capacity to process our suffering increases, and in that increase, we experience more sunshine through the clouds, moments of peace, liberation, and higher understanding. Rather than a way of life, periods of suffering become like toxins. Our body, mind, and soul need to process and release, perhaps akin to digesting a meal, but on a multi-level scale. This oracle brings the message of relief and realization. There is so much you will accomplish through your own efforts, and much more that can be accomplished if you include regular prayers for assistance from the divine as part of your lifestyle. If you've been working hard on an issue and wondering if it will ever give way to an improved set of circumstances, this oracle indicates that yes, a time of freedom from this difficulty is on its way, which is what I was saying. But I'm gonna zoom into this part so that you can click on it, or like pause the video if you want to look at it. But we've already been going for so long, and I spoiled you guys a little bit extra with that Kali card. But we're gonna go ahead and finish off with your advice now, because that's all we have left, I believe. Oh, your advice is over here. That's pile one's advice. So we are going to look at what advice Spirit has for you. So Kali could be included in that, or not. But if you are interested in learning more about her, I mean, if you're gonna work with deities in general, like do your research, make sure you know what you're doing, all of that jazz. But I definitely think that this is just so indicative of everything that we're talking about. So thank you, Kali, for reaffirming that. So let's look at your advice now. So we have meditation for clarity, and I'm obsessed with how similar it is to this I Am a Dreamer card. And we have connect with Gaia, and which is really interesting actually, because this is the root chakra. So when it comes to fear, I think that praying to Kali or anything like your spirit guides or angels or things like that will help you, but also grounding and focusing on connecting to the earth, connecting to Mother Earth's love for you, connecting to earthly energy will very much help you dissipate some of that fear. To feel grounded and secure is really beneficial. And then also, the beginning of your reading talked about meditation and meditating. So Spirit is kind of just doubling down and saying grounding and meditating is important. Honestly, I can't remember if I mentioned this meditation in pile 1 or pile 2, but I'm probably just gonna link it for everyone. Charlotte from Happy Twins 1111 has a really wonderful grounding meditation, and I would listen to that. It says it's for twin flames, but you don't have to be a twin to use it. It's for everyone, and it's literally just the process of helping you ground and protect your energy and stay aligned. in a good, loving, stay aligned with a good, loving space. And the more you listen to it, the more you can like memorize it and then do it on your own and protect your energy. But yeah, Spirit is saying ground and meditate this year. That is what's going to help you. Being mindful, not being reactive, giving yourself time and space to allow things to unfold as they will. Let's see what else we have. When I'm in a state of appreciation, I'm in vibrational alignment with my true love nature. So yeah, Spirit is definitely saying, and ooh, I love how similar it is to the Empress card that came out here. So Spirit is really saying, you know, practicing gratitude, being in that Empress energy that is just loving and divine and grounded and confident and assured and loving and wise and all that shit. Spirit saying, you know, one thing, you need to appreciate how far you've come, and then in this upcoming year, you need to take time to appreciate how far you've come and take time to appreciate where you're going and how much progress you're making. But let's see what else we have. My productivity stems from inspiration. When I focus on what brings me joy, my tasks become effortless. Yeah, and I love how similar this is, once again, to like this 10 of Pentacles card. Spirit is asking you to focus on what makes you happy, to focus on playing, because I think too, if you're really stressed, like for example, if you're an artist or something like that, and you're lacking inspiration, instead of sitting there stressing, being like, I have to create something, if you go and play and have fun, you often find the natural inspiration that you were looking for. We also have life is better together. Seek assistance from your community. Connect with family, friends, or others who will support you. It can be as simple as making a phone call. Yeah, Spirit is really asking you like to remember that you're not alone here. And if you're going through difficult things with your relationships now, oh my God, and we have more dolphins. So Spirit's really saying like your homies, like you got to play with your homies, dude. Like you got to play with your peeps. I think Spirit is really saying here, like, you know, we want to bring you people that are going to be in alignment with what is best for you, they're going to want what is best for you, that are going to bring you joy, that are going to support and uplift you. And I think Spirit is saying that if those, that if you feel like you don't have those people in your life right now, they're coming. And the more you let go of the people who do not fit this description, the more room you make to allow these people to come in. But I think for those of you who already have wonderful people in your life, Spirit is reminding you that you're not going through life alone, and that whenever things are difficult, whenever you want to try something new or face a fear, you know, ask somebody you love, whether it's a friend, family member, romantic partner, animal, whoever it is, you know, you don't have to do everything alone. And it's okay to ask for help, and it's okay to do things with a buddy. And then your final card is a gratitude card, and yours is about inspiration. And it says, to feel disappointed is to have cared. Today, feel compassion for your tender heart and for the gifts of love it offers. And Emily Dickinson has a quote here, and it says, hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings without the words and never stops at all. And, you know, that's a really real thing. Like, people get upset in readings like this, or not readings like this, but readings in general, because they give people hope, and it's like, well, if you don't have hope, what do you have? And I think Spirit is saying it's okay to be disappointed. It's okay to be, to be upset or unhappy with how a situation turns out, or be disappointed by a relationship or how it turns out. Spirit's saying that you don't have to become cold and heartless because other people have acted cold and heartless towards you. In fact, those cold and heartless people need more love than anything. That doesn't mean it's your job to give them love, but what it does mean is that you shouldn't feel shame or beat yourself up for having an open heart, for coming towards people with an open heart, for coming towards people with compassion and kindness and love. You know, if people can't receive that, that's on them. But it says nothing about the giver and everything about the receiver. So, Woo! Pile 2, I am going to leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. But if you want to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. You can check out my merch, which is linked below, or you can check out my social media. Beware of scammers though, there are a lot of people pretending to be me. Thank you guys so much for allowing me to read your cards. I really hope that this was helpful and beneficial. I feel like I have more things to say. I hope that 2022 is amazing, and you guys are amazing, so I'm sure everything will be wonderful. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for being here. I think that's all I have to say. So I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon in 2022. Bye. Hi there, Pile 3. If you guys chose the Bumblebee Jasper necklace, this is going to be your reading for the year 2022. So I was not sure how long these readings were going to be, but buckle in because the first two have taken a bit. But we're going to start by looking at your overall year, the energies, what you can expect, things of that nature. And then we'll switch gears and we will look at your year more in depth and divide it based upon like relationships, not just romantic, but like friends, family, all sorts of relationships, your career, work, study, whatever it is that you're doing, and then your external world and your internal world, and then we'll finish off with advice. So let's go ahead and start with your overall year. So to start, we have Soul Family, Saturn, Truth. We have Change. The frequency of change supports our ability to gracefully dance with the forever changing nature of reality, both inward and outward, so that we can appreciate the sweet release of the old and the birth of the new. We also have Love, and we have Be Still. I think I'm gonna... yeah, this I want over here. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely making this way more complicated than it needs to be, but I need it to look the way I want it to look. Otherwise, I'm gonna go crazy. Okay, so there we go. I like that. Nah. Yeah, okay, I like that. I like that. This makes more sense to me. I don't care if it makes sense to you guys or not, because I'm interpreting it anyway with Peace and Love. We also have Healing with Chiron and Spirit Quartz. I have some Spirit Quartz here. This is Spirit Quartz. If you've never seen it, leave it there. We also have, you guys chose the Bumblebee, and we have the Honeybee, Reciprocity, we also have Humor. I choose to focus on the lighter side of life. We also have Nature. And finally, we have Life Laundromat. Choose your own destiny. Choices, destiny, consequences. Okay, so this is really interesting, Pile 3, because this year, I don't know how much is actually going to change externally. I definitely think there will be, as with all general readings, the severity of how much is going to change this year really just depends at where you're at in life and how established you are. I do think, though, that this year is going to inspire a lot of growth, trigger a lot of change, and make room for more love to come in. So I think one of the biggest highlights of this year for you guys is going to be the connections that you make and the connections you already have that are loving and fulfilling towards you. So if you're already in a relationship, if you are with somebody, married to somebody, something of that nature, I do think that your connection with them is something that's being highlighted. Like you may be working through challenges in your relationship and then coming to a place of deeper love, a place of renewed love. Ooh, some of you may be renewing your vows this year. Obviously, that's not going to be all of you, but for some of you, I do see that. For others, I do think, even if you are with someone, even if you are renewing your vows, I do think that you could be reuniting with people from your soul family, or people from your soul family could be incarnating for this year. So for example, if any you or family or friends, somebody may be having a child or children, and these children could be part of your soul family in some way, or you could be meeting people. Obviously, it doesn't have to be children. I just heard incarnating first, so that's what I thought of. But you could be reuniting with soul family. You could be having exciting experiences with members of your soul family. It does seem like one of the main highlights of this year for you is going to be the connections you either create or already have, and the love that is shared between you and them, and the love that is given and spread and shared. I think that this is going to be your saving grace at times. Because let's talk about what else is going on. So the first thing that we have that catches my eye is healing. You're going to, everybody's in a process of healing, whether they're conscious of it or not. But I think that you've already been on some sort of healing journey. And what you've already learned is honestly going to be imperative to how well you handle this upcoming year. Spirit's asking me to move these, so I'm going to. Actually, that makes a lot more sense. So essentially, oh, and yes, double sixes, that makes even more sense. Yeah, we have a lot of sixes here. 6, 6, 33 reduces to 6. Which I do want to say, 666 is not a bad number. It's not bad. It's just a fucking number, like every other number. But anyway, we also have 333 here. So yeah, that little 3 and then 666. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, with the Saturn card being here, you could be you could be having a Saturn return this year. So Saturn could be returning to the house it is in your birth chart. That usually happens around ages like 27 to like 29, 30, and then again from like age 57 to 60-ish. So you could be dealing with that. Is that right? I could be wrong. I could have the ages wrong, but you could be having your Saturn return this year, and that may be why. Or you could just have some intense Saturn transits or things like that. Saturn's definitely being highlighted here as a primary energy for the overall year. So that does indicate challenges, that does indicate restriction, obstacles, things of that nature. But Saturn only does what it does for the highest good of all. So I think that whatever challenges or obstacles or blocks you're going through this year, they're all there to direct and redirect you to exactly where you need to be going, and to help you see the truth of situations, and to help you see what is real. And also, like, I feel like the universe, a lot of this Saturn energy is the universe's way of eliminating what is an illusion or what is not helpful or progressive or forward moving in any way. With the reciprocity and honeybee, I do think that what you put in is what you are going to get back. I also think that you're going to have a lot of people in your life who are matching your energy, and the ones that aren't are probably going to be, I wanted to say eliminated, but like that's kind of dark, just like removed from your life essentially. Or you may be making the conscious choice to do that. Because one thing that I'm seeing here is that because you're dealing with a lot of change and challenges and obstacles and restrictions, I think that this is a big reason as to why your soul family is coming through so strongly. Because obviously when we are dealing with frustrating and challenging times, the thing that helps us get through it is one, humor. So I think that no matter what challenges you're facing, it's not going to feel as horrible and as bad as you might think, because you are going to be in this really healthy energy of like, I'm going to focus on what I can control and release what I can't. I also think that you have healed in a lot of ways. So I think that now you're more, you don't take things as seriously, and I feel like you don't take yourself as seriously. But if you do right now, I don't think you will be by the end of the year, and Saturn may have something to do with that. Saturn may show you this year where maybe you put too much emphasis or put too many like expectations or put really intense energy into certain things or people or experiences where you may not be getting much of a return. I guess that's why Saturn is returning, to say, hey buddy, you deserve better. It's almost like this year is a lot about maintenance and divine redirection. And this divine redirection isn't because you're on the wrong path. It's just the divine's way of ensuring that you stay on the path that is most aligned with your highest good. And truthfully, I don't think that these challenges will really be that bad because you will have so much support around you. But I do want to stress that any challenges you are facing this year have benefits down the line for them. It's just you may not see them at the time, or you may not understand why. In fact, maybe some of these blockages and challenges are what's directly leading you to meeting some of your soul family. And for some of you, this could also be talking about a romantic relationship that you could be getting into with a member of your soul family. You could be meeting or reuniting with them. But I definitely think this year is going to be, like I said, a lot about redirection, a lot about maintenance, and it's also going to be about maturing and truly healing, while having experiences that may create more things that you need to heal down the line. But the benefit of all this energy is it's getting you to a place where you are going to be able to take full accountability for yourself. And maybe, and I'm not saying you don't take accountability for yourself now, but I think this year is going to highlight a lot of areas where maybe you weren't putting energy into them, or you just weren't paying attention to them, or you just didn't even realize that there were things within you or in your world that were slowing you down or harming you in certain ways, or just weren't helping you, or maybe you needed to put more energy in certain areas. Essentially, it's like the universe is like using this year as a way to strip away what doesn't need to be there, show you what you need to see, give you the guidance and direction needed so that you stay on the path that you need to be. And as a result of all of this occurring during this year, there's going to be a lot of emotional maturation, a lot of maturing just in general. I'm going to be honest, and Saturn comes with that as well. But you're going to develop a lot of tools this year that will be so valuable to your growth and to your ability to regulate yourself, your ability to regulate your actions and your behaviors. And also, I think you're going to learn a lot about aspects of yourself, shadows of yourself that you're going to be seeing. And I don't mean shadows in a bad way. I just mean aspects of yourself that you may be unaware of will be coming to light this year. And maybe there are things that you are aware of and try to suppress, or there are things that you didn't even realize were there. I'll use myself as an example. Didn't know I could do any of this shit until 2 years ago. So, you know, there's parts of you that are just lying there dormant until we take action to uncover them. And sometimes we don't even realize, like, there are parts of us within us that were always there, but we had never seen them before. With this Be Still card, the biggest piece of advice that Spirit has for you, and also like what will be most beneficial for you, is practicing stillness, especially when something tests your patience, especially when you feel triggered, especially when something or someone pisses you off, especially when you feel slighted, when you feel betrayed, when you feel disrespected. Whenever someone makes you feel some type of way, that is an excellent time for stillness and for awareness. When an event like that happens, what is that making you feel? What sensations are you experiencing in your body? Okay, can you pinpoint those to a certain emotion? Like going through, like sitting with your uncomfortable emotions, you know, pouring them a cup of tea, asking them why they're there. Instead of judging them or feeling like you shouldn't feel them, allowing yourself to just observe these emotions and see what information they're telling you. Because truthfully, like, the emotional body is just another way of giving us data about ourselves, about what we're experiencing. And I think that this year is going to be huge for you in terms of learning how to temper your temper, how to allow yourself to have emotional experiences that don't necessarily dictate your behavior, learning how to act in accordance with what is in alignment with your soul and not just what feels right, or not just what you feel is, like, I just heard revenge and things like that, or just retaliation. And I think that this is going to be a big year where you're changing that energy. Like, you're not like, it's like you're kind of growing out of the energy of stooping to people's levels. And I see this sometimes, and like I feel for people that feel this way. But you know, I see sometimes, like on social media and stuff, people being like, why the hell should I have to take the high road? Like, that's such BS. Like, I'm gonna be petty. Like, do whatever you want, do whatever makes you happy. But I actually was talking to Spirit the other day, and they were like, if you, because I was asking them that, because I also, because I feel that energy. Like, sometimes I'm like, I wish I could just, you know, instead of just smiling and turning the other cheek, I wish I could just be like, you dumb bitch. Like just be like, fuck you. Like, don't be mean to me. Like, you know, sometimes you when someone slights you, you know, you want to give it right back to them, right? You know, you want to make them feel the way that they made you feel. But Spirit was telling me, you know, if we all sunk down to other people's levels, the whole fucking ship would sink, you know? And so as much as it sucks, somebody has to provide that balance and be the influence that is enlightened enough to act from a place of love rather than from a place of hurt, from a place of anger. And the place of love doesn't mean you're loving towards another person or something or someone that does something shitty to you. It just means that because you love yourself, you're going to act in accordance with what is most in alignment with your truth, not what is most in alignment with the emotion that you are feeling when said thing occurs, I guess is the point of what I'm trying to make. And that while it's hard, difficult work, it is very much worth it in terms of, you know, your own growth and evolution. And so I think one thing that Spirit is saying is, within these changes, because like honestly, I don't know how much is changing in your external world. I think you're changing a lot internally. And I think that you're recognizing that you have more power than you once thought. Because with this life laundromat, choose your own destiny, choices, destiny, consequences. I'm hearing Life is What You Make It by Hannah Montana in my head right now. But essentially, like, any changes that happen in your life are either going to be made on Spirit's end. Any changes coming into your life are probably going to be influenced by Saturn or be influenced by some sort of necessary change that is needed for you to continue being in alignment or get you back into alignment. But I think the majority of change that you're going to be experiencing is change that you create yourself, change that you manifest, change that you enact with your own free will. I think the most difficult thing for you is going to be dealing with the changes that come from the divine's end, because those are the changes where you're not going to have control and you're going to have to deal with that, which sucks, you know? But like, change can be good, you know? It doesn't mean that change is bad, but dealing with challenges in response to change, I think that's where Spirit is really challenging you to be still, to not react, to not to allow yourself to like integrate everything that you're feeling, everything that you're experiencing about these changes, and just allow yourself to flow through them without feeling pressure like you have to make a big fuss or, you know, scream at the universe or try to change things or try to hold on to things that are falling away. I do think though that you may be seeing this year, I don't want to say necessarily like consequences, because I don't think they're consequences, but just like you may be seeing outcomes of decisions that you've made this year or in the years previous that make you realize that you're ready to change, like directions, or you're ready to change how you see things, because like your current perspective or your past behaviors didn't lead you where you thought they would. And so now you're seeing some difficult truths this year, if I'm going to be honest. Like, you're seeing some things that maybe you would rather not see, that maybe you've been avoiding seeing. And so Spirit's kind of coming in to say, no, you can't avoid this any longer. Like, we need you to see this. We need you to be aware of this, or we need this to change, we need that to change, whatever the case may be. But I don't want you to be scared, because like, this is 12 months of time, and you know, the way that this might play out, like I really don't think it's going to be as bad or as scary as some of you may feel like it's going to be. With this nature card here, I do think that Spirit is encouraging you to get out in nature more, to be with the elements more. That is a great place to practice stillness. So maybe, you know, meditation just isn't something that you can really get into, especially like when you're in your house or things like that. So I think Spirit is encouraging you. You know, you can actively meditate. There's so many things that we do that are meditative, like, you know, dancing to music, or taking walks, like even just taking a walk can be that meditative practice for you. It really doesn't have to be so, it doesn't have to be just sitting there and clearing your mind. Like there's so many ways to meditate. So I would definitely look into ways to meditate, or you may feel a lot of rage this year just because of things that are outside of your control. So it may be beneficial to find an activity that is like physically challenging, like boxing or hiking or like something like that, where you can kind of just get your energy and get like your aggression out. But really this year is going to be, there's going to be some roses and there's going to be some thorns. So, but the thorns, though, you need to know, are things that while they may be frustrating or painful or hurt now, they're saving you from a whole lot less of pain, hurt, anger, anguish in the future. And they're getting you to a place where you're in more alignment with love and you're in closer alignment to your soul's plan, your soul's path, where you feel you need to be. And I think that I think that a lot of these experiences as well are going to be the catalyst for you healing aspects of yourself that you've been neglecting, or aspects of yourself that you haven't known how to heal yet. So I do think that there will be opportunities to find closure this year in certain situations, opportunities to heal things that have been left unresolved, and opportunities to close out cycles and close out painful memories, painful chapters of your life that you no longer want to live in your head rent-free or affect your mindset or affect how you see the world. So that's what I see for your overall year. I'm gonna go ahead and set up for the second part of the reading, and I will be right back. Okay, now that I am back, what I am going to do, because I'm not doing much shuffling in this video, I've already shuffled the shit out of these, actually. I don't know why I'm trying to do this again. But we are going to be looking at the 4 areas I was explaining earlier. I am going to shuffle a blessing for each from this deck and a challenge for each from that deck. That's the Moon Power deck. This is the Star Power. And then we'll get into it. So, let's see what blessings, pile 3, experience in their relationships. No, Spirit wants that to go there. That's interesting. That happened in pile 2 as well. So that's going to be for your career. But what about blessings for relationships? Okay. Then blessings in their external. Okay. And blessings internally. Okay. And then we will pull a challenge for each. I guess since I did the bridge on that one once, I have to do the bridge on this one once. Okay, so Spirit, what's one challenge pile 3 will be facing their relationships? Okay, then what's one challenge pile 3 will be facing their career? Interesting. 2 keep wanting to pop out, but then Spirit keeps telling me to only take 1. I don't know why that is. What about pile 3's external world? Okay, and then pile 3's internal world. All right. So let's go ahead and start with your relationships with others. Right? Remember, like I said, this does not have to be just romance. This is all types of relationships. So to start, we have the throat chakra with dreams. I do just want to say right off the bat, this chakra deck that I'm using, the colors are different from like what you typically see as representative of the colors of the chakras. So this is actually the throat chakra in this deck, at least. And then your blessing in your relationships is the Two of Wands again. Oh my God, that's so weird. Another pile had the Two of Wands as a blessing for, yeah. And then the challenge is the Sun. And then we have I am wild and free. Okay, this makes a lot of sense, actually. So with the Dreams card being here as your overall energy, I think a lot of energy around your relationships is going to be internal, interestingly. Because we had Soul Family coming in, I do think that Soul Family could be communicating to you through your dreams, especially this upcoming year. You may dream about people before you meet them, but you may also dream the type of person that you want into being. You may find that your dreams in general have a lot of valuable insights when it comes to your relationships, or you may find that people are coming through in your dreams either to find resolution, to find clarity, or to get your attention. Now, the blessing in your relationships in this upcoming year is the opportunity for exploration and the opportunity to discover more, not only about the people currently in your life, but to discover more about yourself. I also do think that you are going to be meeting new people, and I think that you are going to be, I'm hearing Snoop Dogg in my head. I'm hearing like young, wild, and free in my head, but age is just a number, and feeling young is a feeling at heart. So, I don't want to hear anyone saying I'm not young, I'm old. Like, you're only old if you say you are. I feel like I'm 90 years old. Anyway, I do think that one of the biggest blessings that you're going to have this year is room and freedom. Room to make mistakes, freedom to make decisions about how you're going to change that, or how you're going to, who you're going to interact with, when you're going to interact with them. I also think with this Two of Wands here that you're going to be doing more exciting things with the people in your life. So I do think that you could be traveling, or you could be trying out new like hobbies or things of that nature. I think that you're going to be like meeting a lot of new acquaintances and things like that. But I don't know how many new deep connections you'll be forging. I think actually the biggest challenge that you're going to be dealing with is satisfaction with where your relationships are at. And maybe this challenge is actually that there's a lack of clarity around people in your life. If you are currently not in a relationship with anyone, I do think that this year you're going to be kind of surrendering the need to find that right person, or like find what you're looking for, because I think you're going to trust that the universe is bringing it to you, and that instead of putting all your focus on one person or one type of connection, you're allowing yourself to just live and experience and be, and allow your subconscious, your dream state, your daydreams, the things that you hope and wish for to kind of all like help you along your freedom path. I think one big blessing that you're going to experience as well is the blessing of knowing who's not for you. I think one thing that should be an immediate red flag whether they're a friend, family, well, I guess family is a bit different, so I'm gonna put family with like an asterisk. Friend, family, but especially romantic interests. If they are more interested in controlling you and controlling your freedom, and does not trust you, does not give you space, is very controlling, I think that is a huge red flag for somebody that, you know, if they can't respect your boundaries and allow you to live life in the way that is aligned with what you want, if they're trying to control you, trying to force you to do things that you don't want to, I think those are the types of people that you may want to consider removing from your life, or not giving much access to them, or giving them much access to your energy. But I also think that this speaks more to, like, with this Sun card, one challenge you may have is just being present. Like, you may be having fun experiences with people, and then but be so kind of caught up in your own worries and your own fears, whatever may be going on, that you don't enjoy the moment while it happens, and then you reflect and wish you would have enjoyed your time with certain people more. So I think Spirit is saying your blessing is that you get to be free, you get to explore. If you're with somebody in a romantic relationship, I think that you both are going to have opportunities to explore together. You could be exploring, I just heard like tantric stuff, so you could be on like a tantric journey of some kind. I heard Kundalini awakening for some of you as well. That could be something you're experiencing. But I think that if you are with like a partner, that one challenge may be that you could have like expectations in your head of what things should be like, or how you should feel about things. And I think that you're going to realize this year that nobody can like really truly make you happy. Like, you have to find that joy and you have to find that peace in the moment. And I think this year you're going to be doing you're going to meet a lot of people. Even if you're like in a relationship with somebody, I think that you're going to be meeting a lot of potential new friends, just potential people in your life. And it's going to make you realize how like everybody has their own limitations. Nobody is going to be able to be everything for you, and you can never be everything for anyone else. And I think you're going to realize that your joy is never going to come from a relationship with another person, whether romantic or platonic. Your happiness has to come from you. You're responsible for your own happiness. And I think your challenge is going to be not solely relying on maybe your partner or your friends to keep you happy, to save you from your problems. And I think that if you have been really wanting somebody to come in and save you from your problems, I think that could actually be slowing the manifestation of like specifically a romantic partner down, if you do not have one at this time. If you're manifesting somebody that's gonna like fix your problems and kind of be your prince or princess charming, I think Spirit is asking you to, I think that's an excellent example of where Saturn may be like, okay, pile 3, listen, nobody's gonna do that for you, so we're gonna show you that you can do this on your own. But I think that you're going to realize by the end of the year, this year, that there's always opportunities and new things to experience with people, and things you can learn from them, and wonderful. Okay, also, I know I'm like getting sidetracked while I'm channeling, but Wildest Dreams by Taylor Swift was playing in my head before I started the camera, and I forgot about it and it started playing again. So that might be something that you want to be aware of. With the Sun, Leo energy could be significant in some way. So maybe if there is a Leo in your life, for somebody with Leo placements, maybe one challenge is going to be how you relate with them, or connecting with them better. If they could be a significant person coming in to challenge you, to show you things about yourself you haven't seen. I don't want to just say that they're like a Leo, because like they could absolutely have like any placement or any sign, but they will serve as like the sun in some way, because they will illuminate the things about yourself that maybe you have not wanted to see. For some of you, you could be meeting or reuniting with a divine counterpart this year. I have to just point out the fact that we have the Two of Wands and the Sun. And so I think in that case, the blessing is the connection itself, and the challenge is the illumination of all the things that you probably would rather not see. And the challenge of, you know, the desire to reach a happy, good place, and the challenges that come along with getting there. But I mean, this is like the most emo sun I've ever seen. So I feel like it's like, even when things are really awesome. I think as well, another thing that I realized, you know, because there is all this kind of challenging energy that we saw in your overall spread, like maybe things in your relationships are going amazingly, and it's like you want to be like so happy and psyched about it, but then there's things happening in your personal life that are making you like an emo sun, you know what I mean? So, because we did see that with like love and things like that. So this could be, the challenge could be like fully embracing all this good energy, because you're dealing with crap in other areas of your life. So speaking of crap in other areas of your life, let's go ahead and look at career now. So to start, we have, oh no, another repeating card. Well, I say oh no, but like, oh yeah, because it's our girl Callie. So I'll get into her in a second, but you guys are going to get a bonus card that I will explain. So one blessing in your career, study, whatever it is that you're pursuing life, is judgment. And the challenge is temperance. Oh my God, this makes so much sense. And what else do we have? I am lovable. Wow. Okay, so we have mirroring sixes there and 2 major arcanas. So I just want to say right off the bat, the beginning of your spread, out of the 3 that I've done so far, was the one showing the most like annoying bullshit that you're gonna have to deal with, like challenges and stuff like that. But now that we're looking into these energies, I can see why. Because in the other piles as well, there haven't been this many major arcanas, and there's a lot happening this year in terms of your career or your path of study, or the path that you're headed on that is truly meant for you. Yeah, you're gonna have some intense realizations. So I would say right now, when it comes to work or career, you're probably likely unsatisfied, or anywhere from unsatisfied and stressed to afraid, obviously. Like, what do I do with my life? I don't know what I'm doing with my life. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm headed. Nothing makes me happy. I don't know what will make me happy. I don't know what is worth it. I don't know what I want. And you're figuring out what you want this year. You're figuring out, or maybe not forever, but you're figuring out where your next step is. I heard like immediately when I unfolded or flipped over this card that you may, I don't want to say this like, because I don't want to encourage this, but if this is something that you already do, you already have experience with, or this is an opportunity that comes to you that you feel like safe accepting, psychedelics could play a role in helping you with these realizations. Now, what I do want to say is, be very careful. I'm not endorsing or saying that you should do that, but I'm saying that if you're the type of person who is comfortable with doing that, or you trust where it's coming from, you know what you're doing, and the opportunity arises, I think that it could be very beneficial for you. If you are in a safe place, in a good place mentally and emotionally, if you're with people that can help you. For some of you, I definitely kind of see this divine counterpart energy coming in where you may have an intense realization about your purpose. They may be connected to it in some way. But I think, I don't want to talk about the divine counterpart stuff too much, but I do have to mention with temperance, the challenge with your path is going to be, when it comes to your career, is one, being patient and allowing things to unfold. And two, also, what you may need to do as a result, or the changes you have to make in order to follow this path. So with the fear card coming here, this is actually the root chakra, even though it's yellow. The deity in this card is Kali, which I love her. She's great. And coincidentally, the pile before you got this card in a different section, but I had the Kali Oracle just like right next to me, so I was like, okay, well, I have to pull some advice for you guys. So that's why when I saw her, I was like, oh, here we go, this one's gonna be super long again, because Kali's gotta have her moment, which we will let her have it because she is the best. And I know she looks kind of intimidating and scary, but she's actually incredibly loving. She is all about killing, destroying, removing what is not in our highest good so that we can allow what is in our highest good to come to fruition. She is an incredibly protective and loving deity, but she don't take no shit, and she will get rid of anything that does not need to be there, or that does not serve you. So we will pull a message of advice from her about your career path. So I'm going to start shuffling those cards while I continue to interpret this. But I mean, the biggest thing, the biggest blessing that you're going to have this year is the realization of what you're meant to be doing, where you're meant to be going. And that may come in the form of realizing that what you're doing is not serving you, or that what you're doing is not what it is you truly want. I don't want that to discourage you. So if it makes you feel any better, I changed my major 8 times in college, still managed to graduate basically on time, and now I'm not even using my degree. So, you know, you never know what's gonna come, what's gonna happen. So I think the biggest thing that you're going to be dealing with this year is just fear of like, oh God, am I on the right path? Is this where I need to be going? Like, how am I going to support myself? And the one thing that you do need to know, and that like, I didn't believe that this was a thing until like I experienced it for myself, but when you do what makes you happy, when you follow your passions, when you do things from love, like when you put out more love in the world, you receive abundance in return. And I think you'll see that the universe will support you when you're following what you truly love and what's in alignment with your path. And I think one thing that you're going to learn this year, that you are learning, is how lovable you are, and the fact that the universe doesn't take things away from you or doesn't shake things up to punish you. They do it because they love you and they want you to get where you need to go. If the universe didn't love you, they would let you sit there and stagnate, and they wouldn't intervene when that shitty person is not treating you right. They wouldn't intervene when that dead-end career that is bleeding you dry is like asking you to sign with them for an extra 2 years. I don't know what I'm saying, but essentially what's happening this year is you're recognizing where your path is, where you're headed next, and why the universe is having you head there. I mean, with this Judgment card, this is like realization of, oh my God, the answer has been here the whole time, and now I can finally see it. But I do think that whatever this path is, it's pretty big. So for some of you, it could require many years of study. For others, it could require just a lot of practical experience. It could require you to build a portfolio of some kind. It could require you to learn an entirely different skill set. And I think what Spirit is saying is to be patient. And I just heard wasted time in my head. Don't think of it that way. Don't think of it as wasted time. Because like once again, I'll use myself as an example because I can relate. You've been on your current journey now because you've needed the experiences, you've needed the knowledge and the wisdom that you've gained from those experiences. And now you're going to be ready this year to switch gears and align with what's meant for you. And so while you still may have fear around that, there's going to be this deeper knowing of, I know that this is where I'm meant to head next. Even though I'm afraid, this feels too right to be wrong. And it's not that it's exciting. It's not something that like is like, you know, just super exciting, but it's something that you can feel deep down, like in your soul, in a very calm way, where you're just like, no, this is my path. This is where I'm meant to go. And I think with the Temperance card, this path may require you to open your mind, literally, be more open-minded about things that you didn't understand before, or maybe things that you judged before. Once again, can relate and will say, I thought tarot cards were bullshit. I didn't believe in any of this shit, and look what I'm doing now. So life can change so fast, and once you know where you're meant to go or where you're meant to head, it's crazy how much you can change. But Spirit's definitely saying the challenge is going to be integrating what you know with what you're learning, and how to kind of have checks and balances with that. Because I think one difficult thing may be like checking your ego sometimes, or checking your limiting beliefs or your preconceived notions about things. I think that the universe is really going to open your mind this upcoming year about what is truly possible and what you're truly capable of. This may also require you to travel to a new place, because Temperance is Sagittarius energy. So it could require you to learn about, to travel, to learn about certain things, to study for a long time. So the challenges, I think, would be around there, but they're nothing that you can't handle. And I think that by the end of this year, you're going to realize that the universe was doing all of this for you because they love you so much, and they want you to live a life that you love, and be more in that energy of love, and recognize that the universe loves you so much that they're going to insane lengths to get you where you need to go. And while that might feel very uncomfortable and unfair at first, the further along you get on this path, the more you'll realize just how much love surrounds you and wants to support you. So let's get a message from Kali about your path, about your purpose in the year of 2022. Because I think that this is less so about career and more so about like, where are you going? What are you doing? So Kali, what does pile 2 need to know about their path? Okay, so we have Dakshina. That makes me think of Gashina. Who sings that? It's a K-pop song. I can't remember, but we'll see what this card says. So I was telling this to the other pile, but if you're interested in the Kali Oracle, you feel drawn to understanding her energy, this is an excellent oracle. But honestly, anything by Alana Fairchild is great. It's not necessarily great for like reading intuitively, because like if I saw this card, if I just pulled this card, I would have literally no idea what to tell you. But the the books that she makes with cards and the books that she publishes are incredible and so informative. And yeah, you really can't go wrong with anything from her. So suggestions, there you go. Okay, so I could be saying this wrong, but I'll try my best. Dakshina. Fear can, oh my God, this is insane. I can't. Fear, and then the first letter is fear. Fear can undermine your confidence, erode your trust, and steal away the joy you take in living. The benign yet mighty Dakshina Kali manifests to conquer fear and realign your mind and path toward peace and light. Make a sincere offering from your heart to her now, and you will receive her generous blessings and assistance. Open your heart with trust, for that which is blessed and beautiful wants to manifest in your life. Dakshina Kali conquers even the most extreme fears. She steps forward with her right foot, a sign that she will create order from chaos. Her forearms are raised to bestow blessings and to wield divine weaponry. I feel like I should just hold her over here while I'm holding the thing so you can see it. To wield the divine weaponry necessary to protect the soul. She restores and realigns, deftly eliminating that which has no place on your soul path. Her actions are powerful and benevolent. She appears fierce, yet is benign. Her oracle brings the message that a situation which may frighten or intimidate you is well within your capacity to handle. What did I tell you? No matter how dramatic or intense the scenario may appear to be, it shall become little more than a passing memory, and shall not have any negative bearing upon your future. As Dakshina Kalima is the portent of a fiery sunset, an ending to a truly frightening and difficult time. Yet this brings a new inner experience of courage, self-trust, and a renewed, increasingly empowered personal relationship with the divine. She is the reminder of the dark night that allows for rest and regeneration before the light of sunrise awakens us into a new cycle of experience. She is with us through both dark and light. She arises in a reading to bring comfort and reassurance that you are allowed to receive wonderful blessings. If you have been enduring suffering, not only will she bring it to an end, she will ensure you gain something of tremendous value from the experience to help you avoid greater suffering in the future. To engage the peaceful blessings and psychological renewal that Dakshina Kali bestows, you can make an offering. The term Dakshina means gift. Typically, the gift you would offer to a healer or spiritual teacher with gratitude for their healings and blessings. What could anyone possibly offer to a great being such as Kali Ma? Love, affection, prayers, especially those that relate not only to us but to all beings in need. Honor and reverence. Why are these gifts sufficient? Ma is an enlightened divine presence. She has no need for flattery or gifts to elicit her love, grace, and protection. She gives that freely and generously. The offering to her is about what it does for us on a human level. Making a genuine offering opens the heart and puts us in a position to truly receive. To demand from an entitled perspective, locked in ego or blocked in fear, does not open us to her. Even though she pours forth love and healing in great abundance, we are like concrete with the water of her love sliding down over us, unable to permeate, restore, and nourish. We need to be like tilled soil, open and receptive, capable of taking in her grace. For that to happen, we need to place our hearts and minds in the best state to engage with her. An offering is a humbling act of respect and acknowledgement. It is an act of imploring. It opens the receptive channel in our hearts. When Dakshina appears, we are in need, and the Divine Mother wishes to bring a blessing into our lives. She is a reminder that to put ourselves in the best state of receptivity. No matter how good or deserving we may strive to be, if we cannot open and allow the grace in, our wounded perspectives shall continue to have the upper hand in our minds and create further suffering in our lives. This is like literally exactly basically everything that I was saying for your year as a whole. So this is, gosh, I love Kali. Okay. I lost my place. Fuck. If we believe that we do not deserve grace and are not worthy of the gift of the Divine Mother's healing and love, and are not willing to trust her and drop our defenses, then we are saying, thank you, but I cannot accept, for this gift is too much. Do you wish to allow such attitudes to deny the Divine Mother's free-flowing blessing in your life? If not, then give it to her. Give to her to allow yourself to receive from her. Every being benefits because her blessings are enlightened, bringing healing to you and simultaneously improving circumstances for all beings. Be like a child who asks for their mother for a beautiful gift and who knows it will bring their mother pleasure to bestow it on them, therefore increasing happiness for all. You can only experience that if you allow Dakshina to enter your heart and your world. You have free will, so what will you choose? There's like a prayer here, so I'm going to hold it up so you can pause and read if you want. But yeah, okay, so I guess Kali's popping out for 2 piles. So I thought pile 2 was only going to get that little tidbit, but you guys got it as well, and I'm glad you did because Kali came through with some excellent advice and worded what I was trying to say far better than I ever could. So thank you, Kali, for coming in and intervening so divinely. Okay, so now we're going to look at your external world, what is going on around you, and all that jazz. So to start, we have intuition, which is awesome. This is actually, confusingly, the third, if thought that was the third, this is actually the third eye. So we have the third eye. So the challenges in your external world, strength. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And oh my God, that's so weird. You may want to watch pile 1 because I'm pretty sure pile 1 also had the 4 of Swords come out in this exact position. So crazy. But that's your blessing, right? And then we have this card, which is I am authentic. I love this. I also think this looks like Alyssa Edwards, which I just love. So yeah, maybe, okay, so strength also represents Leo energy, and we have Leo here with I am authentic. So I think one of your biggest challenges is going to be following your intuition in your external world, because when it comes to following our intuition, we have to trust things that we can't see. We have to trust things that we can't verify. But the biggest blessing here is that, one, I think that in your external world, I think that you're going to have more time to rest, which I think is going to help you tap into your intuition and also help you recognize what is authentically you. But also, I think that you are going to be learning how to find stillness even when the external world is crazy. You're going to be learning how to find that peaceful place within where you can truly tap in and listen to what your higher guidance is trying to tell you. Now, I think what your biggest challenge is going to be is interacting with the external world in a way that's in alignment with all that you're learning, in a way that's in alignment with love. And that's why that being still, that stillness is so important, because your goal this year is to show up as your authentic self, and your wounded self may automatically want to react in ways that are not in alignment with who you are at this point or what you feel is your authentic self. And so Spirit is saying the more you follow what intuitively feels right and continue to give yourself space, continue to give yourself the time that you need to heal, give yourself the time you need to process things, give yourself time to sleep on things, give yourself time to, because we even had dreams here. So I think that even like your dreams could be an indirect blessing in your external world because you're learning so much through your dreams. But I also think that all the healing that you have been doing is helping you navigate the external world a lot more seamlessly. And I think the challenge is just not allowing the more animalistic parts of yourself, the more reactive, automatic parts of yourself control your behavior, control the actions that you take. Because you can kind of honestly, like this strength card, like if you view this tiger as like your animalistic self, your unevolved self, and, you know, the girl sitting on top as like your higher self. Kind of the challenge is allowing your intuition to guide you instead of what makes sense, you know, instead of what you've always been taught to follow, instead of what you've always done, instead of doing what everyone else does. You're literally following your intuition. And I love all the blue here. So I feel like, you know, the more you follow, the more you trust your own intuitive feelings and have the strength to trust in that instead of feeling like you need a physical confirmation or some sort of confirmation to trust what you're feeling intuitively, it's going to allow things to unfold much more seamlessly, and it's going to make your life a lot easier in general, and it's going to make it easier for you to show up in authentic ways. But your intuition is heightening, and this year you're going to be using your intuition to navigate the external world, and I think that's something that's changing from the past. I think that Saturn is going to be a huge part of this, because I think one of the things that may be falling away in the upcoming year are things that you were doing because you wanted other people's approval, or things that you were doing because you thought they were the right thing to do or what you should be doing. And instead, I think that the divine is redirecting you not to what you should be doing or what others want you to be doing, but what feels right to you and what you know in your heart to be your path. So let's go ahead and finish off by looking at what is going on internally now in the upcoming year. So we have truth, which I told you Saturn was involved here. We have another intuitive card, which is so awesome. So your psychic abilities are definitely going to be heightening this upcoming year. You are going to be a lot more in alignment with your higher self, with your intuitive body. Saturn is coming in to give you a spanking that is going to show you all the blessings in the world and give you everything you want. You're going to see the truth. I shouldn't have said it like a spanking. I don't even believe in that. I think Spirit was just maybe me or Spirit. I don't know. We're just so intertwined at this point. We're just trying to be silly. But let's see what blessings. Okay, so we have the Three of Pentacles as the blessing. And the challenge is the Seven of Pentacles. Oh, that makes sense. And, oh, fuck yes. I love to see that. So I am confident. So by the end of this year, the lesson you are learning is how to be confident in your truth and how to stand in your truth and trust those truths. And so the blessing that you have in terms of following your truth is you're going to be taking action, taking the steps to put that truth into the physical world. It's actually kind of interesting. A lot of what's about, like, a lot of your external energy is a lot about how you're seeing things internally, and a lot about your internal energy is about how you're seeing things externally. So I think that one blessing is, I think that you are going to be attracting people or experiences and opportunities that align with your truth, whatever that is. And I think that you're going to have opportunities to either speak your truth or show the world your truth through art or music or communication of some kind. It's like you'll be able to show people like why you're following this path, or there will be people coming in to help you follow this path. There's a lot of divine assistance. And with all of these little mushrooms here, I can't help but think that there's a lot of fun guys coming into your life. Get it? Fun guys. Anyway, I do think that the way that you work with yourself and the way that you work in the external world is going to be changing and improving. I think that you're going to be a lot more self-sufficient than you have been in the past, and I think that you're going to have a much clearer direction of what kinds of action to take, who to ask for help from, where things would be best, like when the best time for certain things would be. It's just like things are aligning and you're finding your truth and you're working towards having that truth not only be an internal experience, but also something that is reflected in your external reality. And the challenge is once again patience. So with the Seven of Pentacles here, you're going to be planting seeds this year that may not be quite ready by the end of the year. So I think that a lot of the benefits that you're going to reap from this year are not going to be in this exact year. They're going to be in the years ahead. But the beautiful thing is that I think this is going to be the most challenging year in terms of changes and realigning yourself with your truth. But the results are going to help you show up in the world as your authentic self, and you're going to be confident in that authentic self, and you're going to realize how fucking lovable you are, and that anybody who is not sharing that energy, that loving energy with you, is not somebody worth being in your life. And you're going to realize that you're never trapped with anyone. You're never going to be lesser without anyone. You're never going to be unfulfilled because of connections in your life, because you have such a solid, you have so much more in your life. And you're gonna realize, like, maybe if you started this year or came to this video with, you know, only love in mind, or like connections in mind, like the people around you in mind, I think this year is a lot about taking that focus off of other people and redirecting that focus onto yourself. And I think as a result, the more you embrace that energy of focusing on yourself and truly improving yourself and healing, the more beneficial this energy is going to be for you, and the more benefits you're going to reap. So let's go ahead and finish this reading off with your advice. So to start, we have imagine and envision. Yes, definitely Spirit is asking you to dream things into being. And plant the seeds. Yup, that's exactly what I was fucking saying. I love when that happens. So yeah, Spirit is literally saying, imagine and envision the life that you want. We are here to help you plant the seeds for that to happen this year, and to help create that, whether that is with somebody. So like, for example, maybe let's say nothing has changed in your life for 20 years and you and your partner, for example, do the same old, and you wake up this year and you're like, honey, I want to do some different shit. And they're like, okay. I feel like Spirit's saying, you know, imagine, envision, dream, plant the seeds. Like, they might be willing to help you. I don't know why that came through. I feel like some of you, though, maybe like hard on yourselves because you feel like you should have things figured out. You should have had things figured out at a younger age, but that's not true. You figure things out exactly when you're meant to. So Spirit's really saying, while you may not reap the rewards of what you're striving towards this year, you're planting the seeds to make that happen. And the more you envision and imagine this happening, it's going to create more momentum in that direction. But you got to start somewhere. And the more you wait, the longer it's going to take for those seeds to grow. You know what I mean? But we also have, I let the universe catch up with my dreams. Okay, yeah, so exactly. So this is literally the universe saying, like, your biggest challenge is going to be patience with the universe, and like allowing the universe to take the time it needs to align things in the correct manner. Because I think one message you need to hear is, do not put any, for the love of God, do not put any time limits on your manifestations. Do not. That is such a fucking ego thing. And it will not be helpful. So if you have, like, if you put a date on the calendar and be like, if I don't reach my goal by this date, I'll give up. Don't do that. Please don't. Because it might be the day after that everything aligns. Like, give the universe the space to create these manifestations, to catch up with these dreams, because you will be benefited greatly for it. do not rush the universe. Do not feel like if it's not showing up in the way that you want it to, or it's not happening quickly enough, that it's not meant to happen at all. It just means that it's not meant to happen on your watch. And with peace and love, it was never meant to happen on your watch. So don't put an unnecessary time frame or time limit onto something that is timeless and will manifest the way it's meant to. We also have the difficult relationships in my life are the perfect mirror for me to look more closely at my own behavior. So yeah, like I was saying earlier, Spirit is definitely telling you that you have the opportunity to learn from your connections this year. And the beautiful thing is that there's going to be a lot of love. So you may have difficult periods with the people that you love, but I think that it will help you see areas in your own behavior like where you can improve, and it will help you also like communicate better with the people around you, and it will just help you and the people in your life that are meant to be there. It will just help you both grow and improve. But we also have blend into the environment. You have many skills and can fit into any situation. Take time to assess what is going on around you and adapt accordingly. So I do think that with this card, it's speaking to mainly temperance. I think adapting to whatever this new path is may take time. And I think that if you have to move to a specific place, it may take time to adapt to a new environment, especially if it's like really different culturally, or there's like a different language that you have to learn or something like that. Spirit is saying, you know, if you do have to move somewhere, I think they're encouraging you to immerse yourself in the culture, in the environment as much as you can. Not only will this open you up to meeting new people, but it will open you up to new opportunities. It will help you learn. It will help you grow. And Spirit is saying, you know, the more you integrate yourself in a place, the more, one, especially if it's a place that speaks a different language than yours, the best way you're going to learn it is by living there, speaking it as much as you can, trying to speak with locals, things like that. But also, you know, I think Spirit is saying you may need to be patient with yourself as you adapt to a new environment, to different energies. And even if your environment isn't changing at all, you're changing a lot. And so as a result, you may find that you need to make changes in your environment to suit the new person that you are. But we are finishing off this reading with an affirmation. And so it says, when you walk through your home today, thank each and every corner of the space for all its silent witnessing of who you are. And the quote says, praise, flow, and change, night and the pulse of the day. So I think that this is really just asking you to find gratitude for even the simplest things, like the four walls around you, the ceiling above you or the sky above you. I'm just going to kind of leave this mainly more open, and you can choose what you do with that. But woo, pile 3, I think I'm going to leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. But if you would like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You may want to save this video till the end of 2022. Let me know if it did resonate, if you did experience these things this year. You can also subscribe if you haven't already, and click that little bell notification to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. Of course, you don't have to. You can also check out my merch, which is linked below, as well as my social media. Do be aware, though, there are a lot of scammers impersonating as me. So if it's not linked below, it's not mine. All of my socials are linked in the description box and in the comment section. And yeah, I think that's all I have to say. So I am wishing you all a very wonderful, wonderful new year. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you are watching this video. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon, or at the very least in 2021. Bye! Hi there, pile 4. If you guys chose the Mica Lepidolite necklace, this is going to be your reading on your 2022 predictions. So we're going to go ahead and start by looking at the overall energies of your year, what you can expect, what you might experience, and then we're going to switch gears and look at specific areas of your life and how they are going to be affected in 2022, and then we'll finish off with advice. So to start, we have cosmic connection, we have divine feminine, the 6th house routine, we have communication with the throat chakra, as well as the solar plexus chakra. The frequency of the solar plexus chakra, the yellow flower of life, supports our sense of self, our personal power, our willpower, as well as our knowing of who we are and what our contribution is to the whole. We also have the void. And we have cat with intuition. We have trust, honesty. I can't always expect the truth from others, but I can expect it from myself. And VR beach, experience life through a new set of eyes, perspective, self-awareness, new experiences. I just have to mention that this card, like, all I keep hearing in my head is clown to clown communication, because there's like a meme with that has a very similar image to this that says that. And I just had to say that because that was going to be the only thing running through my head if I didn't acknowledge it. Wow. Okay. Pile 4. Let's talk about the fact, first of all, that you have so many 3s in this spread, including 2 31s, which would be indicative of, like, if you were thinking major arcana in the tarot, Empress and the Magician. But we have just a lot of 3s, which is making me think of Empress energy. 21 reduces to 3 in numerology. We have 3 with the solar plexus chakra, and we have 3 with the 6th house. And then if any others are significant, I mean, 11 could be significant in of itself. 37 would reduce to 10, which reduces to 1. Yeah, and that 11 would reduce to 2. But wow, okay. I'm having a hard time of figuring out where I want to start. I have a very specific message. If you have 2 cats, specifically 2 cats, you may be getting a 3rd this year. And I don't think it's because you're seeking one. I think it's going to find you. Or if your cats are outdoors, they may bring this one home. Just side note. Anyway, and if you're like, no, I don't want another cat. I don't know if you have a choice. I haven't had a cat for a very, very, very long time. But as far as I remember, what the cat wants, the cat gets. They say, this cat is joining us now, human. You deal with it. One thing that 2022 is going to be for you is a lot of practical changes are going to be made that are in alignment with your highest good. However, here's what's interesting. I'm like, gotta stop and start myself. For some of you, this year is going to be huge in terms of spiritual awakening, in terms of your connection to self. For those of you who resonate as being a divine feminine or being in a connection with the divine feminine, this could be your confirmation that you could be in contact with them in 2021, communicating with them, 2022, you could be communicating with them in 2022, you could be changing, like that connection could be changing in some way. But this divine feminine energy relates to all of us. We all have feminine and masculine energy within us. And so the primary interpretation that I have for this is that in this year, you are going to be honoring your divine feminine a lot. You are going to be mothering your own creations. You're going to be learning how to mother yourself, as we can see with this 6th house routine. You're going to be learning how to nurture and honor yourself. And if not learning to prioritize it, learning to prioritize creation, learning to prioritize your intuitive body, which we have down here with the cat. And there's so much love that is going to come from this. For some of you, you may meet a divine counterpart this year. I don't want to say that like that's definitely not going to be for all of you. It may be for just a few of you. But I feel like I have to mention it. You may be awakening to some sort of connection or some sort of truth this year, where it completely changes the way you look at everything. It completely changes the way you thought the world worked. Between the void, the VR beach, the 6th house routine, trust, intuition, and cosmic connection, I think that the experiences you're going to have this year are going to greatly change all aspects of you. And I'd honestly say probably like half of you that pick this pile, you've already been in this process of changing and transforming. Like, the reason why I don't think that many people that chose this pile are going to meet like a divine counterpart is because if you chose this pile, I think you've already met a divine counterpart and you're on that journey, you're doing your own thing, you're doing that, or it's like not relevant. Or no, I just lost my train of thought. Or you just have these qualities within you, or you've evolved a lot. I feel like this pile is for anyone who's like evolved a lot, especially within the past 2 years. But I do think that some people may be meeting a divine counterpart this year, and it may trigger a lot of intense change to where that small group of people will in a very short amount of time catch up to the place where like everyone else in this pile is. And I feel like I didn't even really need to say that. I just needed to say it out loud so that I could rationalize it and make sense of the different energies that I'm feeling, if that makes sense. Trust me. So I can trust what I'm feeling. So I definitely think that there are changes being made to your routine this year, or you're making a routine if you have no routine. I do see this being an energy of buckling down and getting practical with whatever you are creating, or with whatever you're doing in life to like make your life more efficient. And you may also be integrating a more spiritual aspect. So maybe integrating a morning and nightly ritual of some kind, or being very methodical when it comes to grounding and protecting your energy. It does seem like there's a lot of like fine tuning you're doing in the year 2021, because it kind of seems like you've done a lot of the self-discovery. You very much recognize like where you're going, and if you don't know where you're going, you're going to figure it out this year. Spoiler alert. You're going to be figuring out who you are this year if you don't already know. So I think that there's a portion of the people that pick this pile that are discovering who they are this year, discovering where they're meant to be, like the direction they're meant to go in. And there's a group of people who already know this and are fine-tuning their path and continuing along on their journey. So this year is going to challenge you to not only trust yourself, but to trust spirit. That will definitely be harder for those of you who are newer to spirituality. But with this void card here, the one thing I do want to say to my more experienced spiritual people, you may find that, for example, if you're a medium, like maybe your guides don't come through as often, or maybe you don't get signs as often, or you're struggling to interpret messages, or just struggling to get information from spirit. I do think at times spirit may not go silent, but go quiet, just to kind of give you the opportunity to discover things for yourself and to to see how things play out rather than constantly like asking cards or asking your guides like how something is going to turn out, asking pick a card readings, for example. It's almost like you may not get any information from external sources at certain times because the universe is asking you to trust what you already know and what your guidance has already given you. But to them, like, what I really think this is though with the void, this speaks more so to my people who are maybe skeptic of spirituality or skeptic of divinity or skeptical of like energy of spiritual shit. You know, if you're the type of person who can only trust what they see or only trust what can be reported on, I think that those limiting beliefs are going to be challenged this year, and I think that's going to be a willing thing. Because we can see whatever we want if that's our will. But I think for those of you where maybe you want to believe in spirituality, you want to have a spiritual connection to the world, you want your life to have deeper meaning, and you want to experience deeper meaning, you want to believe in something greater than yourself, I think that you're accomplishing that this year. And we're really seeing that through this VR beach. I'm sorry I say so much, by the way. But I proceed to just say instead. Okay. I was hearing Bohemian Rhapsody in my head. So that could be a significant song. But I definitely think that even if nothing in your life changes, the way that you see your life will change immensely just in how you see everything. Like you're literally getting a new set of eyes. And for some of you, I think that some of you in this pile feel like there's nothing that spirit could show you or there's nothing that spirit could do to surprise you. You just wait. Because I think spirit's always throwing, and I don't mean this in like negative or bad ways. These are going to be positive realizations. I mean, you may not like what they do to bring you to these truths, to bring you to these new experiences, but it's going to be honest, it's going to be truthful, it's going to be more aligned with what you need to know, and it's going to benefit you more than anything. I think that everybody who chose this pile, you're deepening your connection to spirit this year. You're deepening your connection to the cosmos, to the universe, and I think you are starting to learn more about energy, understand your energy more. Your intuition is strengthening a lot, and you're learning how to trust it more, and you're allowing your intuition to guide you in creating, to guide you in nurturing for others and caring for others and making decisions. I also think that your communication skills with others are improving, and I think as well, communication is going to be a huge component of your year, which like communication is a huge component of our daily lives, but I think communication is going to be a huge component in helping you discern who or what is or is not aligned with your life. So for example, when you communicate with people and you leave a conversation with a person feeling uplifted, feeling supported, feeling joyful, that is evidence of somebody who is aligned with your life, somebody who is good for you, good for your growth, good to be around. But if, for example, you're communicating to someone and when you're done with the conversation, you feel drained or you feel icky or you feel more negative, that may be a sign that that's maybe somebody you want to protect your energy from. I also think that because you're starting to stand in your truth, because you are starting to feel more confident and trust yourself, I think your ability to communicate from an honest from an honest point of view, and also just communicate clearly and bluntly, not in a mean way, bluntly, but to be just completely truthful. I think that you're going to be the type of person who is not afraid to say what needs to be said, even if it's difficult, to be honest with somebody, even if you know they're maybe not going to like what it is you have to say. Of course, be aware of your delivery, because you know, you can be honest with someone and still be kind. You know what I mean? I don't have much time for, you know, people who believe in just saying the blunt and honest truth because that's how they are. You know, I think there's always kind ways that we can be honest with people. You know what I mean? And so I think that Spirit is encouraging you to be honest, to speak your truth, to communicate with honesty, but to also make sure that you're doing it with kindness. Anyway, I think that you're going to be challenged to rely on yourself a little bit more this year. I think in terms of just relying on yourself to make the right decisions, relying on yourself to know what is best for you, relying on yourself to know your truth, relying on yourself to protect your best interests. I think that you're going to have like very sharp, keen, intuitive senses. And I think that this year is really just going to be a continuation of this deepening connection to Spirit, a continuation of developing yourself, developing your goals, your dreams, following your path. I think really this year is going to be about buckling down and maybe being more practical, being more methodical about following your goals and your dreams. I really do feel like you could be turning nothing into something. Like you could be creating new things this year, and making that a very intuitive process. I think that a lot of truths are going to be coming to you this year. So I think that you're like, not only are you going to be honestly communicating with others, I think others are going to be honestly communicating with you. Like, these aren't two clowns communicating. These are two awesome bros communicating. So, and I think you're going to realize that it's so freeing to just be honest, and it's so freeing to just be self-aware enough and have come far enough to the point where it's not like you have to, you're not going to be in a constant process of like focusing on your healing this year, if that makes sense. Like, of course, we always have things that we can be healing and growing and improving, but I don't think this year is a lot about healing. I think it's more so about what's next, you know, because now I think you have learned a lot about healing. I think you have learned a lot about methods that you can use to heal, what methods work best for your healing. And that doesn't mean you're not going to be doing any healing at all in 2022. I'm sure you're going to be doing plenty of healing things and things of that nature. It's just not your primary focus anymore. I think that you have healed a lot of the wounds that were so gaping that you couldn't move forward. And now that those have been dealt with to the point that you can move forward without them interfering, I think that you're going to see a lot of progress this year, but that progress depends on how much work you put in. So if it all stays in your head, then you may not see a whole lot of change this year. But the more you apply practically what you've been learning spiritually, the more successful you will be, and the quicker and faster you'll go down the path that you're meant to. Spirit is really telling you, okay, I'm going to be honest, black cats are going to be a sign that you're on the right path. I know that they sound like they're a sign of bad luck, but like, or people say that. I think that's dumb. I think it's just really dumb. But I actually genuinely, Spirit is telling me to tell you that if you're ever feeling unsure of yourself, if you see a black cat in person, in a picture, on TV, wherever, that is a sign that you're on the right path. Let's see, Spirit, anything else? I think that's overall, yeah, I think you're going to be... This is just improvement. This is growth. This is creation. This is following your divine path and trusting yourself to lead yourself there. It's trusting that you will make the best decisions for yourself and experiencing life through the eyes of someone who knows who they are and why they're here. That's such a fucking different energy, dude. Like, when you think about it, like, so many people for their entire lives or for a majority of their lives just have no idea why they're here or what they're doing, or just are not conscious of those deeper parts of themselves. And you have the luxury, which you only have this luxury because you work to get it, but you have the luxury of seeing eyes, seeing life through the eyes of somebody who knows why they're here. And like, you'll be the envy of the majority of the planet, because a lot of people don't know why they're here or what they're meant to do. And the majority of people, and here's the thing, like, you don't need a reason to be here or to do anything. You know, sometimes the reason, sometimes our life purpose is just to live and just to experience. But even then, even if that is your life purpose, you will be embodying that with confidence. But I think it's going to be really easy for you to speak your truth and be confident in that and trust yourself. You're going to be able to trust yourself in general to make right decisions, but trust spirit when it gives you signs. I think you're really strengthening your connection to spirit and really co-creating with spirit. That's what you're doing. You're co-creating with spirit to align with the path, with your divine path, which you're already pretty aligned on, but to get you further down it and help you continue to grow and succeed. And I think that this is going to be another year of limiting beliefs being challenged and you getting closer and closer and closer to your truth. Now my right ear is ringing really intensely, and I think that's spirit's sign that we're ready to move on. So I am going to clear all of this out and get us set up for the second part, and I will be right back. Hello, I am back. So what we are going to do now is look at 4 different areas of your life, your relationships. This is not just romantic relationships, but all kinds of relationships, friends, family, anyone that you relate with. And then this pile is going to represent your career or your study, pursuit, whatever the hell you do in that sort of area. And then this pile is going to represent just your external world in general, and this pile will represent your internal world. So because there's not a whole lot of shuffling, I figured I would shuffle your tarot on camera at least, and I'm glad I have, because there have been repeating cards in past piles. So we're going to use the Star Power Tarot to look at a blessing in each area, and then we'll use the Moon Power Tarot to look at a challenge. So let's see, pile 4, spirit blessing is coming to them this year in terms of their relationships. And what about their, oh, okay. No, spirit's saying it's supposed to go here. What about their career then? Okay. We'll have that. And then finally, spirit, what about in their internal world? What about their internal world? Okay. And then challenges. So I gave these a good shuffle off camera. If you don't believe me, you're just gonna have to trust me, which that's what your year's all about. So now's a good time to start. I was just kidding. Anyway, spirit, what challenge? Pile 1 and pile 1, pile 4. Pile 4 might be experiencing in their relationships. Okay, we gotta take 2. Okay, well, if we gotta take 2, then we gotta take another blessing, because that's not fair. Okay. So you got another blessing that flipped over for a hot second, which is actually interesting. I'm going to actually put these both. Okay, I'm going to leave that there and let Spirit explain later. Okay. Challenge for career. Challenge for external world and challenge for internal world. Okay, so I guess let's go ahead and start with your connections with others. So blessings, challenges, y'all have so many. Oh my God. But let's start with the energy. So to start, we have the sacral chakra with flow. This is an incredibly beautiful energy. I did just quickly want to mention before we get into it, these chakra cards, don't get tripped up by the colors if they're different than the colors you typically associate with the chakras. The colors in this deck are a bit different. So the sacral chakra is this like clearish, this like bluish, whitish color. But we have flow. And then the blessings that you are going to be receiving are the Hierophant and the Knight of Swords. So more of that communication energy. You're definitely communicating with people. That's for dang sure. I'm going to move this up a little bit. Hopefully y'all can see okay. And then the challenges you're going to be facing are, what's this? The Two of Wands, okay. And the Ace of Wands, oh, okay. T. So, let's see what this card is and then I'll get into it. I am authentic, okay. So, pile 4. I almost called you pile 5. Thank God there's not a pile 5. I don't know if I have the energy for that. In this upcoming year, Spirit is really encouraging you to just allow things in your life to unfold as they will. The biggest blessing that I'm seeing here with this flow card is that the divine is so on your side and you have so much spiritual protection around you. Like, Spirit was like showing me like these are all your guides. Not literally, but like these, like there's so much energy guiding and redirecting you. Spirit is really encouraging you to trust where they lead you and to trust who they bring into your life and to trust yourself to know who is good for you and who is not. I think one blessing as well is it does seem like by going with the flow, and I think Spirit is also saying that maybe you're planning on taking a more traditional approach to your connections in the future. I think that will be beneficial. But I think that Spirit is saying that you have tons of spiritual connections with other humans that you are either going to be meeting or just communicating with, or like building your network of souls that you care about. And I think another blessing as well is that you're going to be very honest with people, and this is going to be beneficial in terms of also setting boundaries with people, protecting yourself. And when you're able to be honest with people, even if they can't be honest with you, usually you can know what their answer means, especially if there's no answer. That usually is an answer in one way or another, or that maybe they're too afraid to answer something. But I do think that by surrendering and releasing and just kind of allowing your relationships to flow, I do think that one thing you could be experiencing this year is you could be receiving communication from a divine counterpart that you haven't been in contact with, or you may be meeting them. However, I could also see that one of the blessings of this year is it just teaches you so much about yourself. It teaches you about your truth. It teaches you about how you have to be careful at times with your words. It also will teach you how important it is to convey things in a more dignified manner. I think though that you're attracting a lot of like chatty people. The fact that we have communication and then your blessing is the Knight of Swords and there's like all of this energy in the Hierophant, like I think you're attracting a lot of people either into your life or back into your life that are not bad people, but good people. Good people that because these are blessings. So they're good people that, or good examples of people that maybe you want to cut ties with. But I think that more so than anything, the people that are aligning with your path in 2022 serve a spiritual purpose. Obviously, that's not everyone, but you'll know who those people are. You're intuitive enough. I believe in you. And I think more so than anything, you can trust these people to be honest with you. You can trust them to tell you the truth. You can trust them to speak clearly, to speak up, and to help you speak your truth. And I think more so than anything, when it comes to your relationships, I think for one, with the Hierophant here, we do have to talk about this could be, you could be ascending to a higher level of commitment. So if you are in a relationship with somebody currently, listen, if you pick this pile and you don't know this already, you didn't hear it from me and you didn't hear it at all, but for some of you, you may be getting married this year or moving in with someone, or I just had a random song pop in my head. It's called like Yerba by something. It's like a EDM song, but I just heard like, I didn't even hear lyrics. I just heard a part from the song. Anyway, I definitely think that if you are already in a relationship, I think that you are ascending to a higher level of commitment. And if you've been wanting to ascend to a higher level of commitment and you feel like it's not going to happen, or this person doesn't want it, I do think that there may be some honesty here, and there may be some like you may be following the flow of very difficult things during this year, if I'm being honest. Like if you're involved in a connection where maybe you're not able to be authentic to what makes you happy in it, and the other person isn't willing, after speaking and talking it through with them, this other person isn't willing to make room for that, or that it doesn't align with that person's authentic truth. There may be some kind of harsh truths that come to light, and then as a result things may change. But if that is the case, and I feel like most of you will know if that's the case or not, it's bringing you in alignment just further with your divine path. But I think more so than anything, you could also be getting a spiritual mentor of some kind, or even maybe like multiple spiritual mentors, or you could be becoming a mentor to others. You could be yeah, I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. If you already are more spiritually advanced, you could be developing a network of, I don't want to say like followers, because that's weird. I guess followers, but I think it's more so like students, like people who want to learn from you, whether in a traditional sense or a non-traditional sense. I think that you could be attracting an audience as well. So maybe on social media or something like that. But really, Spirit is saying that when it comes to your connections, allowing things to just flow the way they will, and following, your desires, following what makes you happy will be the biggest blessings. Now, in terms of challenges, I do think with this Ace of Wands, if you're looking for very solid long-term connections with people, you may have some people coming in just looking for a good time. So that's why honesty is going to be incredibly important. If you're not somebody that, if you want something deeper with someone, and you don't have that conversation beforehand, you may end up getting hurt because y'all like didn't have a conversation at first. But with this Two of Wands here, which I think is really interesting that you got the Ace of Wands and the Two of Wands as challenges, I think one of your challenges will be to find peace in the connections that you already have, because you may constantly be wanting to look for someone new or something new, a new friend, a new romantic interest, a new I just heard business partner, new anything. You might just be looking for new. And Spirit might be saying, hey, there's already people in your life that are really wonderful. Let's focus on them. But I also think that this challenge extends to this flow energy. Because the Two of Wands is a very masculine card and a very masculine energy. And it's a lot about planning world domination, but like not literally world domination, but like plotting, planning, figuring out what you want to do, being strategic. I think Spirit is asking you to not be strategic in your relationships, and to also not allow yourself to be discouraged when something promising doesn't turn out to be something more, because even that promising thing that doesn't turn out to be something more could be leading you to the thing that actually is promising, is the vibe that I'm getting. It's so crazy though. We've had the Two of Wands pop out in like 3 out of 4 readings, which is insane. Specifically in this spread, but the only difference is in your pile, it's a challenge instead of a blessing. So for those of you maybe in divine counterpart connections, maybe one challenge you might be dealing with is just the energy of your counterpart, dealing with the flow of that. If you're not in communication with them or something like that, one challenge you might be facing is trying to be open in other connections and then feeling their energy and maybe feeling discouraged by it. But the beautiful thing is that you're finishing off this energy with I am authentic. And so I think Spirit is really saying you'll be absolutely fine. And truthfully, you are coming into a time where your relationships are going to be more harmonious solely because you're letting go. Like, you're just allowing the universe to unfold things as they will. You are allowing yourself to take action when it's aligned with what's best for you, but you're not trying to control outcomes. You're not trying to control anything. You're just going with the spiritual flow, and I think you're going with the flow of yourself and your needs. So let's go ahead and look at your career life now. So to start, we have the crown chakra with stagnation. The blessing that we have is the 6 of Pentacles. And the challenge that we have is the Star. And finally, we have I am supported. So when it comes to your career or your path, there's a lot of different interpretations for this because this is the crown chakra. Even though it looks similar to the sacral, it's actually the crown. And with this stagnation card, I think that this stagnation is something you're currently experiencing now that you could be experiencing into 2022. Or this stagnation is something that will ebb and flow. What I see with this stagnation, it seems to be something where maybe you just get kind of jaded or lost in the practicalities of what you're doing, and so you may forget the deeper purpose as to why you're doing things. I do see though that whatever you're doing, you will be getting more money this year. So whether that's a promotion, whether you're finally getting a return on your investment, whether somebody is like gifting you an inheritance of some kind, or you're increasing like your clientele, or increasing the amount of, like, for example, if you have a shop, like more people might be interested in buying your stuff. But I think that this stagnation really stems from the fact that when it comes to your career, I think that you're the type of person, if your crown chakra is showing up, I think either you're doing something now that is not aligned with your purpose, and so that's why you're stagnating. And I think if that's the case, you'll know it. Or you are doing something that's aligned with your purpose and you know it, but you still are finding yourself experiencing periods of stagnation. And I think that's because you are not remembering the deeper purpose as to why you're doing what you're doing. So for some of you, I think part of the blessing of your career is being able to give to others, being able to give something back to others, and in turn, you're going to receive what you give. And so I think maybe if you give a service, for example, like if you're a healer or, you know, whatever you may do, I think that you could be getting, I just heard tips, so very generous tips. You could be getting gifts from people. You could be getting recognition of some kind, or help in some way, whether it be financially, like a loan of some type to start a business or to expand a business. This could be a loan or investments from people around you. I do think, though, that you will be doing well in your career this year. You may just find you're not constantly inspired, or you're not constantly loving every minute of it, or you're not constantly feeling creative, or at times you might feel unaligned or distant from your purpose or your truth. But what's interesting with this I am supported coming in with this stagnation card, I think that Spirit is saying whenever you reach this energy of stagnation, that's when you really want to realign your connection to the divine. That's when you want to go in and have maybe a deep meditation. That's when you want to go in and do some deep healing, or do some deep inner work. Do something that really helps you connect with the universal energy around you, and that will help remind you that you are supported. Another thing that I am being called to tell you is, especially if you're doing something online, to not trust analytics over your intuition. I think Spirit is also asking you to remember that you may find yourself feeling stagnant when you haven't, when you're doing things because it's what other people want, or when you're doing things because it's what people expect, or you're doing things because you know it will just get the result that you want. I think that's when Spirit's asking you to take a step back and reassess why you're doing what you're doing. What is the deeper purpose behind it? And then it will help re-inspire you to create, or to work, or to remind you why it is you do the work that you do. And I think Spirit is saying that they are supporting you through this. And part of what you may be learning is to be comfortable with stagnation, that you're not always going to be ascending to a peak, that sometimes things are going to plateau and things are going to chill out, but that's okay. That's allowed. And I think it's important in terms of integrating understanding and awareness that at times we do kind of stagnate, so that we can kind of change and change things up, switch things around, and create opportunities to be inspired and have the opportunity to reconnect with our divine source wisdom that's available to us at all times. Now, for your challenge, we have the star. So I'm interpreting this in a couple of different ways. One is related to technology, because the star represents Aquarius energy. So I think that maybe one challenge that you may have, like if you do something tech related, you may have to learn new technology. There may be a learning curve with it. That might be something that you struggle with, and as a result, it stagnates your progress because you have to learn certain things. But another interpretation that I'm seeing, if you're in the public eye in some way, I do think that one challenging aspect of this year is going to be your influence or just your public image. You could be gaining a lot of followers, or you could be just experiencing difficulties in terms of being in the public eye. Like maybe nothing bad is happening at all, but maybe you're just mentally readjusting to that. So like maybe you grow in a short amount of time and then you stagnate, and then you're dealing with all of the challenges of that. Or you may just be dealing with the challenges of being in the public eye and trusting your intuition over what people are telling you, over what people are saying. And I think that as well, you could be challenged with, you know, other people's perceptions of you, people that don't even know you and how they perceive you and how they see you. I think you might be challenged to be your authentic self despite what other people think, despite any hate you may receive, despite any negativity you may receive, or despite any intensity you may receive. Because honestly, I don't think there's really any hate or negativity coming your way. I think that one of the challenges you may just be feeling is overwhelm with knowing that other people may see your stuff, or like what other people may think. You may be overwhelmed just with all that energy coming your way. But for those of you who are not in the public eye in any way, if you want to be in the public eye, one of the challenges that you may be experiencing is growing your platform, growing your channel. So it's kind of interesting. So for some of you, I feel like you could be growing out of control, or growing in a way where it's just challenging, like maybe you weren't expecting it. But for those of you where growth is literally like your goal, you're trying to grow your audience, that may be what you're struggling with. But I think no matter what, Spirit is supporting you in that. And if there is a reason for the stagnation, I think it is going to be to inspire you to do things differently and to attract more people. I think that's a specific message for the people who want to build a following that don't already have one. What else? On a literal level, I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be having hope. Remembering why you're doing this. I mean, I don't think you're gonna lack hope. I think you probably are pretty good with being optimistic and hopeful, but at times you might get discouraged because you feel like you're stagnating, or because you feel like you're not progressing quickly enough. But I think one thing that you need to realize as well is, like, you may feel like you're stagnating when in reality you're doing just fine and you're exactly where you need to be. I think challenge yourself to ask yourself if in this upcoming year, your feelings of stagnation are coming from the fact that you're truly stagnating, or coming from the fact that you feel like you should be accomplishing more than you already are. But no matter what, that you are supported, you are loved, and you have a divine presence in your career in some way. So if you are feeling frustrated in terms of your career now, I think Spirit is saying that one blessing is you could be getting a pay raise, a bonus of some kind, or you could be getting a different job offer that pays more. With the star here, if you're a student, okay, wait, sorry, too many people are talking to me at once. Y'all gotta take turns. So continuing with my working people, if you're thinking about changing jobs, one challenge may be having hope that the right job or the right move is out there for you, or knowing what to do. But for others, like if, for example, if you're a student, you may just be finding yourself like really bored, especially if you're like halfway through a degree program or something, and you just like, you may at times feel burnt out by the amount of work that you're doing, by how much further you have to go. And I think one blessing is you may be getting a gift of money somehow this year that at the very least just makes life more comfortable. But I think the challenge is, remembering that there's light at the end of the tunnel, having hope. I think especially for students and people, especially people who are working and going to school, you might be like, oh my God, like will this be worth it? And I think Spirit is saying, yes, it's going to be worth it, but you may feel stagnant at times. You may feel frustrated at times. So let's go ahead and look at what is going on in your external world. So to start, we have the heart chakra with illusion. And in terms of blessings in your external world, we have judgment. And challenges, we have, is that the Six of Pentacles again? Oh no, that's the Nine of Pentacles. Okay, and we have I deserve respect. So this is actually really beautiful. So this year, which makes total sense for you to have this here, because as we saw, you're going to be seeing the world with a whole new set of eyes. And one thing that I'm seeing here is that overall in this year, you're going to be, in this upcoming year, you're going to have huge realization after huge realization. I think this year, honestly, is going to be a bit trippy for you. But not in ways that are soul crushing. They're actually going to be in ways that are liberating. With the Judgment card being here as a blessing, you're going to see through habits, people, behaviors that you did because you thought that they were bringing you comfort or that they were good for you in a certain way, and you're going to be seeing through the illusion of that. You're going to be seeing through the illusions of things that are supposedly there to make you feel better, that are really just maladaptive coping mechanisms. But also, I think you're going to be seeing the illusion of the 3D world that much clearer. You're going to be recognizing how, you know, a lot of egoic desires will not create fulfillment of the heart. And I think one thing that you're realizing as well is that you deserve the respect that you give to other people. And I think you're going to realize that the idea that you need anybody, that it is not going to be, no. Spirit's reeling me back in. What is it then? Oh, okay. I think a lot of what you've been striving for in the external world has been not necessarily an illusion, but I think the more you align on your path, the more your perspective will change on what's important for you to have in the physical world, what's important for you to have in your environment. And I think that you're going to be learning a lot this year of what it is that you truly want and what it is that maybe you thought you wanted because it's coveted by society or because your family encouraged you, things of that nature. It's like you're seeing through all the other BS and you're going to be listening to what your heart wants so that you can make your external world a place that is less of an illusion and create an environment that's going to be fulfilling to your heart space and fulfilling to your heart. I also think that you're going to be demanding respect a lot more than you have in your past. I think that you're going to be knowing your worth and knowing what you deserve. And I think that you're not going to put up with shit from people. Like, you're just going to be over it. And I love that for you. And I think too, one difficult thing you may be learning this year, either through, because this is your external world and people are included in that, this could be romantic interests or friends, things of that nature, you may realize that certain people in your life who said that they loved you, while they may have loved you, maybe they didn't treat you with respect or they didn't honor you or you didn't feel loved. And maybe you're learning this year to see through the illusions of what people tell you and recognize, like, you're respecting yourself now, and then you can recognize when somebody's disrespecting you or when somebody maybe is not being honest with you or is not in alignment with your highest good. But I think the blessing is that you're going to be seeing the truth of a lot of illusions about life. I think your challenge is going to be not solely depending on yourself in a weird way. Because with the nine of Pentacles being here, I think that your challenge is going to be asking for help. Like, because you do seem to be a pretty independent person by nature. And I think maybe one challenging thing that you're going to realize is maybe a lot of pursuits and endeavors that you've been pursuing, like goals that you've been trying to reach and goals that you've been trying to attain. You may realize, especially if they're very 3D and material driven, you may actually get those and then realize that they don't fulfill you. So one challenge is that you may get everything on a physical level that you've been asking from the universe, and then you may realize, oh, this isn't gonna fulfill me. Well, fuck. Back to square one. But that's how you learn. And so I think your biggest blessing is just going to be even deeper spiritual truths and removing 3 external illusions that stop you from self-actualizing who you truly are. So let's go ahead now and look at your internal world and see what is shifting there. So once again, we had another pile that had this, but I love that. So we have positive energy as your main energy. This is solar plexus energy. So this is reaffirming. I know it looks like it would be the root, but it's actually solar plexus in this deck. And it's reaffirming what we saw in the very beginning, that you are standing true in who you are. And I think honestly, one of the most difficult parts about your external world is that you're going to be seeing clearly about a lot of illusions. You're going to be seeing clearly about illusions that you didn't see before. And you're not going to be able to show others that. And so you're going to have to be independent in those truths and just validate them for yourself. Like maybe one of the challenges that you're going to experience as well is the fact that other people may not share your vision, or they may not see where you're coming from. But one thing you do need to know is that even if people can't understand where you're coming from, that doesn't mean that they have the right to be disrespectful towards you. You deserve respect no matter what. But a blessing that you have internally is the 9 of Pentacles. So it's a blessing and a challenge. Okay. And your challenge is the 6 of Wands. Okay. And I have a higher purpose. Of course you have a higher purpose. So I think one of the blessings to come from this year is that you are getting more, like you are going to be pretty comfortable financially. If you're not right now, I do think that is a blessing that is coming in, but by the end of the year, you will definitely be in a very independent, self-sufficient position. I think that you are going to be the physical embodiment internally and externally of like the song I Am by Young Baby Tate, which I think I actually mentioned it in another pile, but you're gonna be healthy, wealthy, blessed, all of that. But taking this 9 of Pentacles, because it is more internal, it's so interesting to have these two pop out right next to each other, because externally you're going to realize, oh wow, I have all of this now. I've achieved a lot. I'm gaining more status, I'm gaining more comfort. So like you could be buying a house this year, or moving to a new city this year. You could be moving to a new place. Or you could just be like moving up in the world, leveling up. And I think you're going to realize, oh wow, this doesn't really bring me much happiness. Or you're going to realize what has been holding you back from achieving this. And you're gonna achieve it, and then it's gonna go full circle, and you're gonna realize, wow, jumped through all these hoops to achieve this, and it didn't fulfill me like I thought it would. Not that it's not worth pursuing, because it absolutely is, but what's important is you have a higher purpose, and that's why it's so important to be connected to it, because if you're not, then what are you doing all this work for? Then what are you doing all this evolution for? What's beautiful though is that you're in your internal world, you've got positive energy. And I think that you've worked really hard to get to this point. And so it's this positive energy within you that you can always realign with, because let's be real, it's impossible for us to always be positive. This inner cheerleader that you've been developing, this strong solar plexus energy, is going to propel you forward, not only to help you achieve your goals, but to help you achieve them even when you're afraid of them. Because I have bad news for you, buddy, but you're gonna actually be pretty successful this year. And I think a lot of the challenges that you're going to be dealing with are the challenges with being successful. And I think when it comes to your relationships, the reason why you're going to have to just let your relationships flow is because, one, I don't think you're going to have a whole lot of time to be focusing on your relationships. And if you do have time, you know, I think that you're only going to have so much time. And so you're not going to be able to closely control your connections and things like that. And I think that Spirit is saying, you know, if you're authentic with the people in your life, so long as they're authentic with you, like, things should be okay. You know, if you're not able to be there for people, don't take that on as a personal slight, as a personal issue. I think the Spirit is saying, you know, you have to be true to yourself, and the people meant to be in your life are going to be the ones that support you in your endeavors and support you in your purpose. And now I think that what is going to always realign you with positive energy is the reminder that you have a higher purpose, you have a reason for being here, you know what that is, and that's what you're pursuing. The blessing to come from this is that you're going to feel solid, independent, strong in yourself, and know where you're going, and be ready to come at life from a very independent and abundant place. But I think the challenge that you're going to be facing is, one, the burdens that come from success, and two, also the ability to receive recognition. Maybe that's something that you're afraid of, or maybe receiving attention. That might be something that you are grappling with this year. And maybe it's not even like public attention. Maybe it's just attention from your higher ups, from your bosses, or attention from the people closest to you, attention from the people you care about most, recognition from them. But no matter what, I think part of your challenge with the Six of Wands is you may also be it may be really difficult for you to recognize when you have succeeded in something, to recognize when you have a win, to celebrate yourself. And so I think cheerleader, what? Spirit is challenging you to be your own cheerleader this year, and to celebrate yourself. Even if nobody else is going to celebrate with you, to celebrate your accomplishments, and to celebrate how far you've come, and to celebrate the fact that you do have a higher purpose. You know what it is. You have succeeded so much. You're going to succeed a whole lot more this year. A lot of what you're doing this year is like maintenance, fine-tuning, and allowing things to fall away, and continuing to follow this crazy spiritual journey of yours. I think more so than anything now, I think you're reaching a point where you know you can trust yourself, and you know how to access positive energy and realign with your purpose, so you know why you're here to do what it is that you're here to do. So we're going to go ahead and finish off with some advice. So to start, we have meditation for creativity. So yeah, this is literally what I was saying. Like, when you feel uninspired, that's when you want to connect to Spirit, because that's going to help you be creative. But also, using creativity as a form of meditation could be useful as well. And we have strength and resilience. Yes, Spirit is saying, I know sometimes it might be frustrating to hear, like, oh, just be strong, just keep going, but that's what Spirit's really telling you. I mean, you've already been strong, and you've already kept going, and guess what? You're going to keep doing it, and you're going to do amazing. So I think Spirit is saying, you know, just continue to be strong, you know, don't give up, don't back down, don't let anyone be mean to you, be cruel to you. Well, I mean, I guess, like, people can be mean and cruel to you, especially if you're on the internet. But not allowing that to get to you, not allowing that to affect your energy, not allowing someone's petty ass bullshit to affect you. Very important. We also have, I am kind and loving towards others while creating clear boundaries that protect my good feeling emotions. Exactly. So I think that you could be learning how to protect your boundaries, protect your energy, especially if you are, especially if you just work with the public in any way, whether it's like in the service industry, whether it's whether you're a salesperson, whatever it is that you're doing, if you have to interact with a lot of people, I think that Spirit is encouraging you to be kind and loving towards others while still maintaining boundaries that protect you and your good emotions. We also have diving to new depths. Yeah. There is a deeper meaning to what is happening. You might be looking at this from the surface and missing what is really going on. Take a moment to pause and breathe. Allow yourself to dive deeper into what it is you are feeling about your current situation. So yeah, Spirit is not asking. Spirit is encouraging and pleading, begging, when you don't understand something, to go deeper and to allow yourself to dive deeper, to look into the deeper meanings of everything, to understand new things. But I think no matter what, Spirit is saying this year you're diving to deeper depths, and with that comes higher highs, lower low. I don't want to say lower lows, but you'll experience highs and lows. We all do. That's the cycle of life. That's the cycle of time. But what you do need to know is that you are going to be able to handle whatever the universe throws your way, because you've already developed so many tools to regulate yourself. And on top of that, you know what you're here to do. You know you have a purpose. You know why you're here. And if you don't know, you're figuring it out this year. And I'm going to tell you, it's going to help things a lot. But we also have, I'm ready to go big, rise up, and step into my power. Yes, this is total solar plexus energy, and this is totally the energy that you're ready to be in. You are going to go big, rise up, and step in your power, and Spirit is so excited for you. So we're going to finish off with 2 gratitude cards, and we're going to start with the inspiration card. So this says, time past is not time lost. From every experience you have, you gain wisdom and insight. What wisdom can you take from today's passing moments? And so I think Spirit is going to challenge you to ask yourself what wisdom you can take from every single experience you have, not just this year, but in the future. That's part of having a spiritual experience. And the quote says, and now each night I count the stars. Stars. And each night I get the same number. And when they will not come to be counted, I count the holes they leave. So I do think that you may get frustrated at yourself, speaking of like stagnation in your career, like maybe you're wasting time or things like that. And Spirit is asking you to look at things differently and not see it as time wasted, but see it as just an opportunity to learn something, an opportunity to experience life and experience time in a certain way. And finally, we have, what good did you have in your life today? How can you bring awareness of these things forward? Think of a ritual for tomorrow that will remind you of your happiness today. And this says, acknowledging the good that you already have in your life is the foundation for all abundance. So I think that is just a big reminder for you. But because we have that ritual and routine coming in, I think Spirit is really encouraging you to start some sort of spiritual ritual, either at morning or night, or both morning or night, or whatever period of time works best for you, so that you can realign with positive energy, that you can check your energy and realign with the loving energy of the universe that is always there supporting you and that you always have access to. So pile 4, I'm gonna leave your reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me, but if you would like to support me in other ways, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can leave a like if you enjoyed this video. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and click that little bell notification if you'd like to be notified whenever I upload a new video. You can check out my social media, which is linked below. Be careful of scammers, though. If it's not linked below, it is not mine. My merch is down there as well if you want to check that out. But yeah, I think that's all I have. Thank you so much for being here, and for letting me read your cards. I hope that 2021 is a wonderful year, and I hope that this helped you prepare for it. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you are watching this video. Thank you very much for letting me read for you. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon, or at least in 2022. Bye!